Hey guys, happy St. Patrick's Day, everyone. I hope it is almost 1:15. I hope that no one is totally wasted yet. I used to bartend, so I can tell you I've seen people wasted because of the bars, laws change on St. Patrick's Day. People start going to the bar at like 6 a.m. So I've seen people falling down completely wasted by like 7:30, 8 o'clock in the morning. Anyways, hope you guys are all having a great Tuesday. We are starting today out with I don't even know these guys' names. It is the Bode Lab DNA analysts. There's a couple of them. Their testimonies are pretty quick. In total, all of them are about 50 minutes. I have it at 1.25 speed. As always, if anything gets too fast, please let me know. I will slow it down. If it gets too slow and you want me to bump it up to 1.5, let me know that too. And then after the analysts, we have Jessica Hyde, which is always an interesting testimony to revisit in the second trial. I can only imagine what she said in the first one. And then, of course, after Jessica Hyde comes Trooper Paul. And we all know his testimony is crazy. Looking forward to watching that one, the entire thing. So let's get started.
Galllerani.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm currently employed as a sergeant for the Needham Police Department.
And how long in total have you been a member of the Needham Police Department?
I graduated the academy January of 2006.
And how long have you
Yeah.
Just under a year.
Now, prior to
Nap
you holding
time
rank sergeant, what
testimony
work
only
experience
for about
did you
50
do?
minutes, but
I was a
It'll be
detective
less than that,
from
'cause I haven't
September
read
of
it.
2014 to June of 2023.
Now, over the course of your work as a
then we get into the good
sergeant
stuff
Needham
with
Police
Trooper
Department, was
Paul
any,
and Jessica
training you
Hyde.
received in regard to collection of biological samples?
As part of a sexual assault class
You know
6 hook
what,
in
Maylin?
January
I
of
don't know how to
2015,
do
I was
that
certified
yet.
in DNA
Hold on,
collection by the
let me see
Mass
if
Police.
I can figure it out.
Can you explain a little bit to the jury about sort of what that certification process entailed or what it was that you did to become certified?
So I was specifically certified in buccal swabs, which is the process of collecting cells suitable for DNA comparison by swabbing inside of a person's cheek.
And that certification, is that up to date at this point?
Yes.
Now, at some point on January 16th, 2024, did you have occasion to collect buccal swab samples in relation to this case?
I did.
And fair to say, as far as your work with the Needham Police Department, you had no familiarity or work with the investigation on a Camden Police Department case?
Hold on, Maylin,
Correct.
I'm going to look it up.
Police case
I'm gonna
involving
Google it.
incidents that occurred in the town.
Correct.
You didn't know any of the parties involved in the case?
I did not.
And so on January 16th, 2024, where did you go on that day?
I went to the Norfolk District Attorney's Office in Canton.
And who, if anyone, did you meet with, or who, if anyone, did you collect samples from on that day?
I collected samples from Sergeant Buchanan and Trooper Proctor.
And can you explain to the jury just briefly as far as the process of your collection, as far as what physically did you do?
So I physically swabbed the inside of their mouths with
Amazing.
a cotton swab and collected the evidence, sealed it up in a buccal
Hey,
swab
hold
kit,
on.
photographed it, and brought it back to the Needham Police Department.
And when you brought it back to the police department, what did you do with it then?
I entered into the evidence.
And did you do that in conformity, both the collection and the securing of the item, did you do that in conformity with your training and certification on buccal swab collection?
I did.
Now, with reference to those items, at some point were you informed that
Oh,
those items
you're
would be
such a sweetheart.
transported to a voting technology lab?
Thank you so much,
I was.
Maylin, for
And were
the
there specific
support.
instructions as far as
I love
shipping
you
was concerned
guys.
that were provided by the voting technology lab?
Yes.
And the shipping that
I'm
was
going to be
occurred in
doing
this
lots
case,
of fun
that
things
conformity
with that
what
website. I'm
FOIA
so
provided as far as
excited.
the,
I'm just
the
getting
policies and
started.
protocols for shipping those types of materials.
It was.
Thank you.
You guys are awesome.
Anything?
Maylin, thank
We
you
have no
so
questions.
much.
All right, you're all set, Sergeant.
Thank you.
very
Have a good day.
Okay, now let me really quickly
Good
go
afternoon.
back to
Good afternoon.
Google.
Could you please state your name and spell
Hey,
your last name?
Jeannie.
Sure.
Yep, it's Nicholas Bradford, Bradford.
And so that microphone before you is adjustable. You can place it anywhere that's comfortable for yourself. Okay. What is it that you do for work, sir?
I'm a DNA analyst for Bodie Technology in Wharton, Virginia.
Okay, you're definitely going to have to keep your voice up, sir. Okay.
Sorry about that.
Now, sir, if I could.
Oh, I think I got it, Maylin. Hold on.
It's Bodie Technology in Lorton, Virginia.
And for the record, Bodie is just spelled as far as BODE, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, sir, if I could just ask you some questions about your educational background, starting with your undergraduates. Where did you go for your undergraduate, and what, if any, degree did you receive from there?
I have a Bachelor of Science in Forensic Biology from Mercyhurst College in Erie, Pennsylvania.
And then following your graduation with that degree, where did you go from there?
I have a Master of Forensic Science in Forensic Molecular Biology from the George Washington University in Washington, D.C.
And when about was it that you received that master's?
It was around about 2011.
And with relation to your graduate work and your work at Bodie, when did your work at Bodie begin with relation to your graduate work?
I started at Bodie at about 2009.
So during the course of your graduate school?
Yes.
And when you started with the Bodie lab, what was the sort of position or what did you start doing when you began?
I was a DNA technician. We assisted the analysts with their case files, and we primarily operated the different robotics and the different processes in the lab.
And at some point over the course of your work there, you then became an analyst, is that correct?
Yes.
Hey,
And about
that
how
didn't
much
work.
time-
Hold on.
How much time did you spend at?
Shut up. Sorry. So it says to put the comment, hover over, click the 3 dot, then select pin. But I don't have that option. Let me see if I can pin yours, Maylin, because see, I can't type in links in the chat, which is really stupid. Let's see. Nope. What the hell? Hold on. Oh, wait a minute. I think I have to do it on my... Okay, I think I got it. Hold on. No, that didn't work either. All right. We're going to figure this out. Oh, I got it. I did it. You guys see it? So I have to pin when you guys, because you guys are the ones that can post the links. And then I can pin those. Thank you, Maylin. Thanks for helping me figure that out. I appreciate you. You guys are amazing. I love you guys. Electricity is doing good so far. That's why when I was late, I wrote in the top of the chat, I'm here. I'm just running behind because I wanted to heat up some lunch. I was hungry. Yeah, I love learning new things. Yay. Yeah, I've been playing around this morning. I was playing around with that buy me a coffee. And I wish I had known even before I, found out that how much you could do with that website. Like I never knew anything about it. I had seen other, YouTubers with that link, and I assumed it was like seriously, like buy me a coffee. Like, you know what I mean? Like I thought it was like, I don't know, like Starbucks or something, gift certificates or shit like that. Like I never knew what it was. And now that I've started really getting into it, now that I actually have an account and stuff, it's so cool. Like, I mean, even getting monetized now, like I don't even care on YouTube. I mean, of course I want to, so I can get super chats and do cool things like that with the viewers during live streams and stuff. But like the other things that I really wanted to do, like I'm working on that, my digital wellness journal and stuff. Like I can just do this stuff and include it in the membership on there. Like you're going to get more out of a membership on one of those things than you are on a membership on YouTube. But so I'm working on all that stuff for you guys. I'm hoping we have a lot of fun in there. Sorry. I hate when people eat on stream. Like, so I'm thankful I'm not live, but I'm starving. I couldn't wait. So we're going to listen to these boring testimonies for the next, whatever, 30 minutes. And I should be done by then. But I apologize. I'm going to stay far away from the speaker and try not to talk when I'm chewing. Whoop, whoop. Yeah, like I'm really excited about that website. Like I said, if I had known what it was, I would have like truly had a bunch of stuff on there done already. But I started already working on a bunch of shit today. And you can even sell, because I also like I was looking into Fourth Wall for like merch, and stuff. And I don't really think I have enough following and stuff for merch, but I was just playing around with it. Like when I do decide to do it, I'm hoping that I can have fun with like because in Discord you can make your own emojis and stuff. I think you have to subscribe to the Nitro, which I'm thinking about doing since I have my own Discord now. And I think I'll start there and get some input from you guys. We'll have to develop some fun catchphrases and stuff. So, and that's why I really like that Buy Me a Coffee site, because as long as you're a follower, which is free, you can interact. There's posts, just like it's like a social media page. It's so cool. And I'm really excited all of a sudden about doing all this stuff. Yeah, YouTube takes a third, right? That's why, like, I even before I started my YouTube channel, I did research. There's one lady in particular. She does a lot of videos on how to make money on YouTube without being monetized, because I knew it would take a while to get monetized and stuff. And of course, after I found out how much it costs just to stream this stuff, like, it's crazy, I figured I got to look into something, to make a little money. And that's why I had first decided on the Digital Wellness Journal, because you can sell digital products. And like I said, I've been throwing out, I've been working with some ideas back and forth about what else I want to do, some kind of other digital psych things that I thought would be fun, along with the game that that's why I haven't invited Baker on. Baker has totally agreed a long time ago to come on my show. And I was working on a game to play with guests, especially someone like Baker, because I don't want it to be any dead air. I don't want to feel awkward. I want to have something that will be inviting to people that are watching, and for Baker. And ironically enough, when I was at Malin, again, thank you so much, you wonderful woman, you gave me the idea to make an Amazon wish list when I said I wanted Turtle Boy's book. So I did add that to my links in my bio. And on Amazon, I found 2 specific games that are they're from a company called PsychThink. And they're like interactive, like get to know you type psychological game questions. They're really cool. So I put those in there and stuff. So I'm having so much fun. And just knowing that I have you guys, I never expected, just rewatching this trial, that I have more than like 3 or 4 people. And daily I get up to, 20 now. Yeah, and it's amazing. You guys are amazing. Like, I just never knew it would turn into something like this. And I'm so excited to expand this and really get into the psychological part of my channel. I'm so excited to do that. Melanie says, buy me a matcha latte. Oh, I thought the same thing until BB did the fundraiser for Carmen. Oh, that was when I realized that it was another way to get money. Yeah, I didn't either. Like, it all says buy me a coffee. So buy me a coffee. I'm thinking coffee. Like, literally, like, you know what I'm saying? It's so weird. Nothing. Coffee, buy me a coffee doesn't take anything out besides, like, if you can upgrade like all your like stuff on their website and stuff. But that they just charge you a flat fee. And then same with Stripe, because it's really Stripe that takes a portion, and it's way less than YouTube. So when you have buy me a coffee, and that's the only thing bad about buy me a coffee, is that it takes 7 days for it to process through Stripe. And then Stripe is the payment center, and then Stripe puts that money, takes it from buy me a coffee, and then puts it in your bank, which takes another 3 days. So it takes about 10 days to get your money from Buy Me a Coffee. However, from what I've heard on YouTube, YouTube only pays you once a month and takes 30%. So for people, to be honest, for people, those are the people that rely solely on YouTube, like super chats and memberships. I don't know how they make any money. It's insane. Like, this stuff is way more fun. Yeah, YouTube takes a third. It's insane. That's a lot. Yeah, and I think Stripe, I think it's like 9%. It's really small compared to the 30% that because I know, let's put it this way. The other day when I checked, because I had $125 total donated to me the other day, and the total that will be in my bank account after the 10 days is 113. So out of 125, they took 12, less than 12. It was like 11, because it's like 113 and 97 cents. So what is that? 10%? Not about 9%. Yeah. I'm amazing. Oh, you guys are so sweet. You're amazing. You guys are all amazing. YouTube also only pays out on the 21st. Yeah, they pay once a month, which is insane. Like, the more research I do on making money outside of YouTube, but by streaming on YouTube, I'm having way more fun with that anyways. Okay. Sorry, I had to take a bite. My food's already getting cold because I talked too much. So sorry about that. All right, let's get through these boring testimonies and get to some interesting ones.
Excuse me, as a technician prior to becoming that?
I was a technician for about a year, maybe two. And then I was in the data banking section as an analyst. And since then, I've worked in the high throughput casework group and the customized casework group.
Now, as far as your work within this particular field, have you had occasion to work at any other sort of labs or facilities?
Yes, for about 3 years, I worked at the Pennsylvania State Police DNA lab.
Now, Bodie Technology, as far as that lab is concerned, can you describe for the jury sort of what kind of lab that is? And let me ask you first by just about how many analysts work at Bodie Technology?
Somewhere in the neighborhood of maybe 100 analysts, give or take. We're a small private lab in Lorton, Virginia, and we do DNA work contracted through different police agencies throughout the country.
Now, in addition to police agencies, are there other types of entities that would that you would accept or that would send submissions for DNA casework?
Yes, we do some international work with human identification and that sort of thing as well.
Now, as far as the lab at Bodie Technologies, is that lab accredited?
Yes, we are accredited through the National Standards Institute.
And can you speak a little bit about that sort of accreditation process and what it means to be an accredited lab?
Yes, so that the National Standards Institute has a set of criteria for DNA labs doing forensic work, and we are audited against those criteria every year, sometimes internal audits and sometimes external audits.
Is that accreditation at the lab, is that up to?
Okay, Jeannie, be careful.
Accreditation, is it current as of now?
Yes.
Now, with reference to your work as a DNA analyst, can you describe just in general terms to the jury what it is that you do in reference? What is
I
it
did
that
wake
you
up
do,
to snow this
in
morning.
reference to your work as a DNA analyst?
Yes, so we take in evidence that's submitted to us. We process it through the DNA processing. So there are 4 basic steps to DNA. There's extraction, so that's where we separate out the DNA. And then there's quantification, and that is basically just us determining how much DNA we have to work with. The next step is amplification. So depending on the case and the different processes that we're going to use, we're targeting a number of different locations in the genome, and we're going to make millions of copies of each of those locations. And in each one of those copies, there's a little fluorescent tag that we can then detect in the detection step, and that's the 4th step. And then that from there, we have the DNA profile for that sample.
Now, with reference to the lab, as far as training is concerned, you mentioned that you spent at least a year or two as a technician prior to becoming an analyst. What are some of the training, specialized training in this area that you undergo as an employee at this lab?
Yes, so the training program involves a lot of scientific literature reading. There's a practical aspect to it where we're given known samples that we're to treat as if they were casework samples. So we process those as if they were casework. We have written and verbal exams, and we have a moot court exam at the end.
And you successfully completed each of those training sort of portions of, over your course of work with the lab?
Yes.
Are you familiar with a term known as a proficiency test?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what that is and how it relates to your work as a DNA analyst at Body Technology?
Yes. So part of our accreditation is we have to do proficiency testing twice a year. And that is when an outside company sends us known samples and we process them again as if they were casework. And then those results are sent to that outside company, and then we get the results back to see if we are proficient in those technologies or not.
And with respect to yourself, as far as the proficiency testing that you've undergone, what, if any, issues have you had with proficiency testing that you've undertaken?
I've passed all my proficiency tests.
Now, what is DNA?
So DNA is essentially the blueprint for a living thing. It's in most of our cells, and it's unique to an individual with the exception of identical twins.
Now, at some point in January of 2024, did you receive a particular assignment in regard to DNA analysis from a number of items that you received from Massachusetts?
Yes.
And specifically, can you describe the process as far as like when an item comes into the lab at Body Technology, how it's sort of processed, or how from the time of receipt to the time that the item gets to you? Can you explain a little bit about that process?
Yes. So the item is generally sent via UPS or FedEx. It arrives in our secure evidence room. That room has limited access to only certain individuals. And from that point on, when it's received, a chain of custody is started for that shipment. And anytime anyone touches or uses that item, we need to check it out from the secure evidence room. And then that's all logged on the chain of custody.
Now, when something comes in, is it assigned a sample name or a case number, an ID number in some way, shape, or form?
Yes.
And is it also identified by sort of the corresponding numbers from the external vendor where it came?
Too bad
Yes.
DNA wasn't really
Now, in
important in
reference
this
to,
case because they actually did chain of
Body case
custody.
number, CCA 2416-0023. Did you perform work in relation to that case?
Yes.
And there was a corresponding agency case number of 22-02184. Is that correct?
Stupid
Yes.
idiots didn't
And that would
test
have
all
been,
that
from
DNA. They
the
should
outside vendor,
have.
or at least one of them, as far as the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab, correct?
Correct.
So there were a number of items that you received. If you could identify them for the jury, what you received, and specifically sort of what you looked at.
Yes. So we received an apparent hair. We received an extract from a taillight from a vehicle, and we received 2 reference samples from 2 troopers from the Massachusetts State Police.
And in addition, was there a sample ID as far as a known standard?
Yes. So Bodie gives it our own our own item number. So in this case, the 2 reference samples were CCA 2416-0023 R03 and the same number R04 for the 2 reference samples.
Now, if I could just ask you to further expand upon as far as the CCA 2416-023, which is E01. There was an agency sample ID, is that correct? That was attached to that?
Yes.
And what was that?
So that was 3-6.1.
Is there a description that comes from the external vendor as well as to sort of what that item is?
Yes. In this case, the sample was a shaft end of hair from exterior passenger side rear panel.
There's a specific mass registration plate that's associated with that hair as well, is that correct?
Yes.
And that was 3GC684, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, with reference to the R03 and R04, those were vehicle samples, is that correct?
Yes.
And R03 specifically, as far as the agency description, what, if anything, was provided as far as that?
For R03, that was the buccal swab from Yuri Begetic.
And as far as R04?
That was the buccal swab from Michael Proctor.
Now, with reference to
Shrimp po' boys, yum.
the
That's okay.
extract portion, that was.
You know, I always
E02, is that
appreciate you
correct?
just being here.
Yes.
And if you know when you say extract, can you explain to the jury sort of what you understand that term to me, or what is an extract as far as what you looked at?
Yes. So when I described the 4-step process earlier, so the extraction was already done prior to us receiving the item. So essentially, the extract comes to us in a tube, and it's a liquid. And provided with that would be the negative control that was associated with it. So from that point, we have the quantification information from the lab that did the extraction. So then we would amplify and then detect the profile from there.
And just to be clear, as far as the EO2 that you were talking about, as far as the extract that you had received, what was the agency description on that extract?
So that was the sample from passenger side taillight with the same registration number, and that was labeled as an extract.
Now, in addition to that, there was a known blood standard, which you indicated was item or agency sample ID 8-1.1.1.
Yes,
And what was the agency description on the known blood standard?
that would be from, excuse me, sorry, that was the sample from John O'Keefe, the profile, I should say.
And so when you say the profile as what do you mean by that?
Yes, so the profile was generated by the Massachusetts State Police Lab, and then that profile was given to us to do a comparison.
Hey,
Now, as far
Maylin.
as the profile
Or
that was
Maylin. Oh my God,
provided,
Moni.
As far as
I saw your
your
comment
observations
to
of that,
Maylin,
what
and I said Maylin.
issues that you
Sorry.
observe in your
I'm out of it
observation
today.
profile that was provided by the State Police Crime Lab in Massachusetts.
It looked like
Thanks
a
for
standard
stopping
single source
in.
profile.
Now, starting with, as far as there was a SDR processing that was conducted, correct?
Yes.
What does SDR stand for?
It stands for short tandem repeats. And essentially what we're doing with that is it's the DNA process that we use in forensic testing, where the areas that we're amplifying are short repeats of
Yeah,
a genetic
I definitely
sequence
wish Maylin
that repeat
was
multiple
closer.
times, and we're
She
just
could
measuring the
bring
number
me
of times
some
that
of those
sequence
shrimp po' boy.
repeats. And those numbers together are the profile.
Now, as far as the profile from the, profile from the extract that you received as far as EO2, from the passenger
Yes.
side.
Happy St. Patrick's Day, everyone. That's how I started my video today. I said, I hope everyone isn't already drunk.
Yeah, so we determined that it was consistent with a mixture of 3 individuals, including at least 1 male contributor.
And so, if you could just walk the jury through as far as the process, as far as testing, what is it that you're actually doing in the lab? What are you looking at, and how are you making a comparison?
So once we have the DNA profile, like I said, we're measuring the number of times the sequence repeats at a given location. So we have a series of those. And then we compare that to the reference profile that we were provided, or that we generated for the 2 reference samples that we actually processed. And then we determine if it's possible that the individual whose reference profile could be a possible contributor to that mixture profile that we got from the evidence. And then we need to do a statistical calculation to determine the strength of that possibility of an inclusion.
Let me ask you a little bit about, as far as that statistical calculation, how is that done, or where does that come from?
So in this case, we did what's called a likelihood ratio. Essentially, what we're doing is comparing 2 explanations for the DNA profile that we observed. So if we have, say, person A, one explanation would be that the DNA profile is a mixture of person A and 2 unknown individuals. And then the other explanation would be that it's simply 3 unknown individuals and it's not person A. So then we compare those 2 explanations of the profile and determine which one is more likely.
Now, as far as the sort of reference samples that you had the DNA profile of John O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
I'm sorry. Well, sorry, then you had the extract with DNA profile with multiple contributors from the tail.
Yes.
So then you have known blood standards with DNA profile from John O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
And then you have the buccal samples from Yuri Buchanan and Michael Brock, correct?
Yes.
And so with reference to those specifically, as far as the reference samples, is that what you're generating the DNA profiles from?
So we're comparing those references to the mixture that we obtained from the tail light.
And so in your comparison, let me start with the known one as far as John O'Keefe. What, if anything, did you find from your comparison of the John O'Keefe DNA profile to the DNA profile from the tail light?
Yeah, so in this case, when comparing the John O'Keefe profile, assuming a mixture of 3 individuals, it is at least 749 million times more likely to be observed if it originated from John O'Keefe and 2 unknown unrelated individuals than if from 3 unknown unrelated individuals. And we provide a sort of verbal qualifier to that because most people probably don't have a lot of experience with non-alien. So in this case, that would be very strong support for inclusion.
If you know non-alien, how many zeros are we talking?
So that would be the number with 30 zeros.
Yeah, I woke up
and so that would be
slow
a strong
this
support for
morning. I
inclusion,
was not
correct?
happy.
Now, with regard to your comparison, with regard to your work as a DNA analyst, is there any kind of software that you use in the course of your analysis?
Oh, Lally, get a cough drop.
Yes,
Jeez.
when there's a mixture profile, we often use what's called StarMix, and it's essentially a computer program that we input the DNA profile, and it allows us to use a series of mathematical equations to help us interpret that mixture.
Was that done in this case as well?
Yes, and then we use that same program to run the statistics.
Now, with regard to the sample, the buccal sample attributed from Yuri Buchanan, did you run that for a comparison as well?
Yes.
And what, if anything, were your findings in relation to your analysis of that?
So in that case, assuming a mixture of three
Yeah.
individuals, the DNA profile obtained is at least 46 million times more likely to be observed if it originated from three unknown, unrelated individuals than if from Yuri Begenik and two unknown, unrelated individuals. So that sounds confusing
I
given what I
truly
just said.
wish
So the
they
verbal
would've-
qualifier for that
Wasn't it?
would be very strong support for X.
Wasn't there like DNA, men or male DNA on John O'Keefe's pants or shoes or something that they didn't test? Am I remembering correctly? Probably coldest in Ohio too. Ugh. Yeah, I didn't even look at what the temperature is here. Let's see. 23 degrees, feels like 6. Great. But do you guys know you guys are 22, feels like 19? Well, you guys are warmer than me. It feels like 6 here. 2 unknown DNA on his shoes, 4 on his pants. Okay, that's what I thought. Okay, thank you, Malin. Why and what was their reasoning for not testing those? Because they didn't want to explain away that McAlbert's DNA on John's pants and shoes. Yeah. Yeah, I thought it was 5 too, but 2. So Malin, 2 on the shoes, 4 on the. So I mean, that's ridiculous. I mean, any other investigation, you would test any DNA you found on the body or on the person's clothes. Like, seriously? So all you can conclude from this is they didn't want to test it because they didn't want to have to explain away why their DNA, because they knew who it belonged to. They ain't stupid. They didn't want to have to explain it away. They already had enough to try and explain away. Hey, virtual juror. You honestly forgot about this guy? Yeah, I didn't even know these guys. Like, they're like nothing testimonies, but I figured we'd go through them real quick. Because I need to see it all. Just in case. Total of 3 DNAs on the shoes, and a total of 5 on his pants, but 1 from his shoes and pants was his. Oh, okay, gotcha. You forgot about him too? Hey. Are we still on for tomorrow, virtual juror? You know what's funny? I was setting up for tomorrow night. I was trying to make my thumbnails for the week, for this week's lives that I'm doing. And I forgot what we were going to talk about. Do you remember? Like, I'm literally scatterbrained. I know we were going to talk about something specific because that was the day we were watching testimony. And I asked if you'd want to come on because someone said it would be cool for us to get on. I said, that'd be awesome. And we were going to talk about something specific and I can't. Oh, the Buchan. Okay, good. Okay, thank you. I knew it. I knew it was something like on one of the testimonies, and I couldn't remember. Yes, that'll be so much fun. So that'll be tomorrow if you're all good. And I know we decided on a time. Was it 8:30? I think. Let me open my Discord. I know we messaged each other. Sorry, I am trying to keep my schedule. So 8:30 tomorrow. So tomorrow, just so you guys know, tomorrow too, I have a doctor's appointment at 3:20, and I don't even know if I'm going to be able to go, which sucks because this appointment is really important. Because this is day 7. If you guys are keeping track, this is business day 7 that I still have not received my money. That they said would be back in 7 to 10 business days. Tomorrow will be number 8. If it's not back tomorrow, I can't even take an Uber to my doctor's appointment. Like, I am screwed. That's why, too, like, I so appreciate this buy me a copy. It's awesome. And I have money just pending, but that won't be in my account either. So I literally have almost $1,000 sitting out there pending. And yet I can't even afford to take an Uber to the doctor. Like, it's insane. So tomorrow's plan, if somehow I can get, because it costs about $20 each way. So somehow I can find $40 to get to the doctor's. My doctor's appointment is at 3:20. And my appointments don't take that long. They're normally like 45 minutes. But so tomorrow I'll probably start streaming in the trial a little earlier, more like 11:30, and then stop before my appointment, and then come back, and maybe depending on when I get back, may go on for a little bit, or I may just stay off so I can be ready for a virtual juror tomorrow at 8:00. So don't cancel. You'll take, oh, Moni, I can't ask you to do that. You're gonna make me cry. Like, you guys are the sweetest people ever. Sorry. I told you I'm a crier. I can't help it. Like, if I get a donation through PayPal, I can use that because PayPal is instant. But I'm sorry, you guys are making me cry. You guys are just so kind and nice. I can't. You guys are amazing. Oh, Maylin, I just saw yours. You guys are just so sweet. Sorry. Anyways. Now you guys, I just saw this, Moni. Now I'm gonna have that song stuck in my head, dude. What a song to have stuck in my head, I tell you. My appointment is at 3:20. It's in, like, I live in Northville. My appointment is over at Orchard Lake in 12 Mile, which is West Bloomfield, kind of ish. So it's on the border of Farmington. It's on the border of Farmington and Farmington Hills and West Bloomfield. If I were close, you guys, seriously. I gotta stop crying on these streams, I'm telling you. But you guys are amazing. Like, I know I tell you this a lot, but I'm not kidding. You guys make my day every single day, just by stopping in here. And now I have 3 of you already offering to take me to my appointments. Now Maylin has that song stuck in her head too. I know, I saw that, Maylin. You guys, like I said, you guys are awesome people. Good things do happen to good people. Oh, you guys, you're just amazing. Okay, so write this down. Do you have a pen? I'm going to give you my phone number, then delete it. No. Send it to me, Moni. Send it to me in Discord. We're friends in Discord, aren't we? Hey, Steven. Yeah, don't ever put your phone number in these chats. That's why I got Discord, so that we could do things like this, because I was hoping, because we are already talking about some of us getting together in the area, like Katie and Moni and me, and that it's going to be so much fun. But yeah, never put info in here, because even if you delete it, like you just never know who's watching, and you don't know that freaks me out sometimes, especially after all these, like, the fucktards who like to go and dox people and shit. So dumb. Sorry. Did the clock strike? Moist o'clock? Yes. Sorry, Steven. That's what you get in my channel. I am a crier, and sometimes I just cry out of nowhere, and it can't be helped. You can't get in Discord now? Okay, then email it to me. My email is in the bio, and I'm going to put it in the chat. So hold on. Oh, shit. I always clicked the wrong dang button. Hold on. Okay. Oh, I never saw it, Boney. If you put it in there, it never saw it. It blocked it automatically. YouTube does that for certain things, thankfully, so no one can see it. So I need the Discord link. Oh, Steven, if you want to join my Discord, you got to just send me an email. Maylin just put my email. No, Moni, it's not there. Only you can see it because you posted it. I can't even see it, and it's my chat. Okay, hon? Don't worry, it's not there. Oh, virtual juror, I just saw your message. Yeah, this email is not my I have different emails. So this email is specifically for my Discord and chatting and talking to me off the scenes. My YouTube email, like what I signed up to use my email to YouTube, is totally different. I did know that. No, you're not dumb. Don't say that. You're not dumb. I would have done the same shit before. I mean, seriously, I wouldn't have thought anything of it. But thankfully, YouTube does a few things now and then correctly. So, Steven, if you want to join my Discord, all you got to do is send me an email, and I'll send you a link. Okay, I got lost. Hold on. Moist o'clock means something totally different in Baker's stream. Oh, yeah, I get it. But because I was crying, it went right to that. My brain, for once, didn't go right to the dirty. It went right to the what was, actually happening. I do have a TwitTwat account, but I don't really use it, so don't worry about that either. So that's why I did the Discord, because I'm not a social media. I have a Facebook, but I don't want to invite people from YouTube on there, only because it's completely private. I have a bunch of pictures of my son on there, so that's not going to be for it's really for my family, and I never even use Facebook. I literally signed into it once in like the last year. But my in my TwitTwat, I basically have it to like look up articles and stuff. It's really it, and download court documents that other people post. TwitTwat is a cesspool. I can't stand the disgustingness on there. Okay, where do I find this email? It's silly. Maylin already posted it, and it's in my bio, but I will type it again. Hold on. Bear with me. There you go. That is my contact email for all my YouTube buddies. And for those of you just joining too, for anyone else that's like me, and didn't know the Buy Me a Coffee website is not just to buy like a streamer copy. It's literally like a social media page where you can literally like you can I can offer memberships like YouTube. I can do posts, which I did my first 2 posts this morning. And it's free. You don't have to pay, or there are paid tiers, which right now I only set up a monthly tier and a lifetime tier just because that was what's like basically automatic. I didn't go into it until like it kind of takes off if it does. I hope it does because I really have some great plans for it. But Buy Me a Coffee site, you can just support me by following me, which is free on there. And that's where I'm going to do things like sell my digital wellness journal. I'm also in the process of possibly turning the game that I was working on into a game that can be sold digitally where you can like print out the cards and stuff. So yeah, so keep an eye on that. And for anyone, like I said, who didn't know about it, was like buy me a coffee. Like you can send streamers a coffee or like $5 to buy a coffee. Like that's what I thought it was. It's not. I don't know why they named it that, but hey, it's going to be a lot of fun, I think. You just emailed me. Okay, Steven, I will send you the link. Bear with me a moment. Oops. Oops. Come on now. You sure you just emailed me? Because I don't have anything. Unless my email is just slow, which that it could be. As soon as I get it, Steven, I will send you a link. Oh, and by the way, that's what I was saying about the Amazon wish list. Wait, nope, it kicked back as undeliverable. Did you type it in wrong? Don't forget the dot. So it's ms.scarlett.yt for YouTube at Gmail. Bear with me. I'm going to mute you guys so I can blow my nose real quick. Sorry. Okay. So last time I cried like crazy. I blew my nose 100 times on when the microphone was on, and I didn't want to do that to you guys again. You copied and pasted it? Okay, hold on. Did I type it in wrong? No, I got it right. And Maylin, did you get it right? Let's see. I know you did. You've always had it right as far as I know. Yeah. Let me just make sure I got ms.scarlett. Yeah, I'm in it right now. Oh, there it is, Steven. I got you. I got you. Hey, Scott. Okay, so I got you. It's me, Steven. Okay, I'm going to send you a link right now. All right. Okay. Copy link. Reply. And paste. There you go, Steven. I sent you the link. Welcome to my Discord. Okay. Now, where were we? You sent me an email too, Moni? Okay. It bounced for you too? That's weird. What the hell? I just got Steven's. Okay, even Steven, I see accepted friend request on Discord. So we're good there. Moni, did you try it again? Yes, please hit the like button, everyone. I appreciate you all so much. That is weird. I wonder what the heck's going on. Gotta love Google, right? When you copied and pasted it, it bounced back, but when I typed it out, it works. What the hell is the difference? That's so funny. Not really. It's annoying, but it's funny. Oh my gosh. Crazy, crazy. I can't find my other. Oh. Oh well. Not that important. Okay. So, Moni, if it doesn't go through, if you type it in and not copy and paste, and that doesn't go through, let me know. I'm gonna keep an eye on it. If I get it, I will let you know as soon as I do. Maylin, I just got yours. It says testing. Thank you for checking. Okay. That's so weird. But that's, I mean, in all honesty, that's, the internet and for you. Sorry, now I'm getting distracted with Discord. See, that's the problem with me. Discord, I had a Discord for a long time, and the only thing I ever used to use it for is like free like things for my game, the games that I play. So I would be like, join Discord and you can, get free gems or whatever. And that's what I always use it for. And then I never went back to even the games Discord until I joined Danny's Discord. And everyone there was so awesome to teach me how to use the freaking Discord. And now I'm like, I love it. So much so that I even made my own. All right. Moni, let me know if it works. I'm keeping an eye on it. We're going to start these idiots testimony. I mean, I'm sorry. I don't know if they're idiots. I guess I shouldn't say that. I just automatically assume because they're testifying for the prosecution that they're idiots. So sorry about that, Mr. Glasses here. Don't even know his name. I'm working on my own, but it's a project I started and haven't finished yet. I have several of those right now, mostly for my YouTube videos. I'm telling you, I keep going back and forth with things, and then I realize, like, I need to stop even working on them because the 2 videos that I had started working on, I really need to finish this trial before I can really finish them. So it's like, why do I even go back to it? Because then I just find myself doing too much. Nope, both bounce back, and it's weird because you come up. What the heck? That's so strange. Okay, so even when you type it in, did you type it in or copy and paste? You typed it in? That's so weird. You're not, they're all lowercase too. So make sure they're all lowercase. I don't know if that matters. Or, I mean, if you don't mind putting in your email, but I mean, that's up to you. Email is different. If you want to put in your email, I can email you first and then you can reply to me. That's up to you. However you want to do it. While I'm waiting for Moni's email, let's get back to these.
Exclusion.
Their glasses.
Very strong support for exclusion, is that correct?
Correct.
And then similarly, as you were testifying, what, if anything, did you find from your analysis comparison of the buccal sample or DNA profile of Michael Proctor?
Yeah, so in that case, assuming a mixture of 3 individuals, it is at least 76,000 times more likely to be observed from 3 unknown unrelated individuals than if from Michael Proctor and 2 unknown unrelated individuals. So that would be strong support for exclusion.
So correct me if I'm wrong, but your findings with regard to the 3 samples is strong inclusion or strong support for inclusion of John O'Keefe, is that correct?
It would be very strong support for inclusion.
And strong support for exclusion of both Yuri Buchanan and Michael Proctor, correct?
Correct.
Valley's so obnoxious.
Now, sir, in addition to that, you had mentioned that there was an E01 sample that was a shaft end of a hair from the exterior passenger side rear panel of that same vehicle with the same Massachusetts license plate, correct?
Correct.
Now, with regard to DNA as it pertains to hair samples, can you describe for the jury sort of that process and so what is it that you're looking when you receive a hair sample as far as an extraction is concerned? How does that process work, or what are you getting that extraction from?
Yeah, so when we have a hair, generally we'll take a look at it, and a forensic biologist will give their opinion on if it's likely that we'll obtain a profile from that hair, because hairs can be a little tricky. So in this case, the forensic biologist determined that the hair would likely not provide a great profile from STR testing, but we went ahead with it anyway. Just because
yes, I do. Let me find it.
But in this case, we extract it, and that involves dissolving the hair and forming an extract like the other samples. And then we quantify the hair in this case. And the quantification that I used targets what is called autosomal DNA or nuclear DNA. And in that case, the results were below the limit of detection. So we did not process that sample forward for STRs because we would not have obtained a useful DNA profile from it.
Sir, if I could just take it back a little bit in that. Earlier in your statement right there, you just indicated that hair samples or DNA from hair can be a little tricky. Can you expound upon that and explain to the jury sort of what you mean by that?
Yes. A lot of times, hairs are, unless they have a root attached, they're not a great sample for nuclear STR testing. They can be, but it's sometimes hit or miss.
As far as what's actually being tested as far as STR when it comes to hair, it's not the actual hair. Is that correct?
I'm not sure I follow. Can you?
Let me ask you this. You're familiar with the term follicular tissue?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury what that means in relation to a hair sample and DNA testing?
Yes. So when there's a follicle attached, that's generally where you will get the nuclear DNA from, not the hair itself.
And follicle would necessarily be attached to the root end and not to the shaft, correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as autosomal DNA, can you explain what is autosomal DNA and sort of where does that come from within DNA testing?
Yeah, so you can think about that more as nuclear DNA. So that would be DNA that's in the nucleus of the cell. So that's what most people think of when they think of DNA. But there are there's other forms of DNA. So like, for example, mitochondrial DNA that exists outside the nucleus.
And as far as the testing that you performed in regard to this hair sample, that was STR testing, is that correct?
Yes.
And I'm sorry, what were the findings again with relation to the STR test?
Yes, so like I said, we quantified the hair and it was below the limit of detection. So we did not process that hair forward for STR.
Now, as far as that terminology, below the limit of detection, can you explain a little bit to the jury sort of what that means as it applies to the testing that you conducted?
Yes, so the instrumentation has a limit of detection. So there could be potentially small amounts of DNA there, but it's below the limit that we are confident to say that there is DNA present. So we would normally not process those samples forward.
Now, that hair sample, as far as the one that you tested, you mentioned that it was not initially advisable, I guess, for SDR testing and just went ahead and did it anyway because sometimes it works. Is that correct?
Yes, it's usually worth a try.
And then beyond that, that hair sample within your lab, as far as Bodhi technology, was that given to a different analyst for a different type of testing?
Yes, we decided it was worth a try to do mitochondrial DNA testing on the hair.
And is that a type of testing that you yourself perform?
No, that would not be me.
And why would it not be?
I was not trained in mitochondrial testing.
That's sort of a specialized subset as far as different training and different type of testing that occurs.
Yes.
Just in general terms, if you know, could you explain to the jury sort of the difference between what you've termed as nuclear or autosomal DNA versus mitochondrial DNA?
Yes, so very basically,
Damn, I can't find
the
it.
nuclear DNA is the DNA that exists in the
Funny, I
nucleus.
can't find it.
The mitochondrial DNA is the DNA that
If you
exists
find it, send it
outside
to
the
me in
nucleus in the
Discord.
mitochondria. And the mitochondrial DNA is inherited directly from the mother. So if you were to test maternally related individuals, they would have the same mitochondrial profile.
And that other analyst that conducted the mitochondrial DNA, are you familiar with who that person is?
Yes, that was test chart.
Okay, one moment, Charles.
Sure.
Thank you very much, sir. I have no further questions.
Okay,
We have no questions.
great. So you are all set, Mr. Bradford.
Thank you.
very much. Okay, so jurors, we will take our luncheon break. And
Oh, I did see that one. That one came right up when I was looking.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Sure. My name is Tess Chart, C-H-A-R-T.
And Ms. Char, what do you do for work?
I'm a forensic DNA analyst at Bodhi Technology.
And where is Bodhi Technology located?
It's in Lorton, Virginia.
Let's see if Discord is going to behave with StreamYard today.
Ask you some questions, just a little bit about your educational background, starting with your undergraduate work. Where did you go to school and what was the degree that you received in relation to your work?
Sure. I have my bachelor's in
That one
science
makes
in
me laugh.
molecular biology from Millersville University in Pennsylvania. And then I have my master's of science in forensic science from Towson University in Maryland.
So, Ms. Chart, I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up really loud, okay? Thank you.
Ms. Char, if it's at all helpful, that microphone is adjustable. You can move it anywhere. Now, with reference to your master's in forensic science, when about was that you received?
So I got my degree at the end of
Moni, I got you.
2019.
And
I got your
following,
email.
grad school, where did you go from there?
I was hired directly by Bodhi Technology.
And when was that?
That was in July of 2019.
Now, when you started in July 2019 with Bodhi Technology, what was your position at that time, and sort of what were your duties and responsibilities when you initially began work?
So I started as a technologist. So that's someone that will do all of the lab portion of the work in a laboratory. And I helped out with our humanitarian team, so helping identify human remains. From there, I also helped with our criminal cases as well.
And when you started your work there, what, if any, sort of training did you undergo in relation to your work there?
Yeah.
So when you first start
I
at Bodhi
got it.
Technology, you actually
I
go
just sent
through
you
a
that.
series of
I'll call you
lectures
tonight.
and you have a series of readings to go through all of the
You're so
science that you're going
sweet.
to learn and the background of all of the technologies you're going to use. From there, you will observe a qualified
Hold on. I
analyst
gotta
or
share
a qualified person in the
something.
lab, go through everything that you're going to be trained in.
Sorry, woman, you're already boring me to tears. I am sorry, but her name, Miss Shart. That's her name? Oh my God, Sandy, I wasn't even paying attention. Oh my God. Oh, Steve, this poor woman, I already have horrible things to feed into Chat GPT if that is seriously her name. Oh, Chart. Oh, okay. Tess Chart. Gotcha. Thank you. Like, that is a horrible last name. I'm sorry. I would change my last name if that was my last name. Okay, so I have to share these because they're freaking hilarious. You gotta be shitting me. Come on, StreamYard. Be nice with Discord. I don't know what these two programs' problems are. Yeah. Me too. Gifts make me laugh all the time. I love them. I got better at it, meme wars with Lubin. Lubin Dubin started getting me when I joined Danny's Discord. I was really bad at it, but that's also because, like I said, I barely used Discord and didn't know you could literally search GIFs just from the message bar. I kept going back to Giphy.com and pasting and copying and pasting and going back and forth when he literally was posting like 4 of them before I could paste one. And I'm like, well, how the hell are you doing that so fast? They're like, oh, you can get GIFs right out of the message box. And I'm like, oh, well, that would have been nice to know. All right, I guess I have to do this the hard way. While I share emails with myself or put them in my Dropbox, let's watch more of her testimony. Bear with me. And then we'll take a small break for some.
And from there, you'll get a series of sets. So there'll be mock samples that you will take through the lab and do all of the testing on that you're going to be trained in. And it starts out with having that qualified analyst there with you, and you're able to ask questions and troubleshoot as you go. From there, you'll get a second set that'll be no analyst with you, but you're still allowed to ask questions at that point. And then your final set is something that we call a competency set. So you take it through the lab and treat it just like you would any other case, and you're not allowed to ask questions, and then you're graded at the end. If you pass that test, you can go through a written exam and then a verbal exam, and then you take your results from your testing and you defend it in a mock court sample. If you pass all of those qualifications, you can become an analyst or become qualified in whatever lab technique you're being trained in.
And as far as that sort of training process went, how long was it from the time that you joined Bodhi Technology to the time that you started doing the work that you do now?
It's been a rolling process of all the different trainings that I've had to go through. I'd say it took me about 9 months from when I started to be qualified in everything that I do for mitochondrial DNA testing. And then for analysis training, I think it was another 6 months or so.
Now, as far as the lab at Bodhi Technology, is that an accredited lab?
Yes, it is.
And do you know from whom the lab receives its accreditation?
Yes, we receive a international accreditation from an association called ANAB, which is just a national standards organization. We're also accredited by the FBI at their quality standards as well.
If you could just keep your voice up, please.
Would you like me to repeat that? Okay.
Would you like me to repeat
As
that?
far as your lab being accredited,
Wow.
can you explain to the jury sort of what that means, sort of what the process is for a lab to be accredited?
Sure. So all of our testing, all of the things that we report are basically guidelined by an outside body. So everything we do is established and gone through before or as we go through the testing procedures. So we're able to make sure that everything that we do is standardized for the country, all the testing that we perform.
And the lab that you work at Bodhi Technology, is that accreditation up to grade at this point?
It is.
Now, with reference to your own work within lab, is there sort of standards of procedure or protocols that you follow in conformity with that accreditation?
There are. We're under the same standards as all other DNA testing at Bodhi for mitochondrial DNA testing.
Now, with regard to your specific work, are you familiar with what's called a proficiency test?
Yes, I am.
Explain to the jury what that is and what your experience has been with proficiency testing as far as how often and what it consists of.
So a proficiency test is how we stay qualified in what we do in the laboratory. So we get an outside test that we treat just like a regular criminal case. We take it all the way through the laboratory and have it reviewed, report our findings, and then it's sent out and we're graded on that performance.
And with reference to yourself, what, if any, issues have you had with regard to proficiency testing over the course of your years of work with Bodhi Technology?
I've had none.
Now, as far as, am I correct in that Bodhi Technology, as far as the lab is concerned, essentially deals with being contracted for work from external vendors?
Yes,
By that, I mean as far as you get your work or samples that are submitted from outside of your lab, right?
we do.
And what are some of the types of organizations that, as far as the casework that you deal with, like where does it?
Virtual juror, I just saw your
It
last
can come
one.
from anywhere across the United States, and we also have international clients as well.
Now, if I could turn your attention to a specific case that you worked on. When items come into Bodie Technology, as far as the lab, they go through sort of a check-in process and a chain of custody process. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And with that, is there sort of a number or
All
something?
right,
that's,
I was
assigned
sending
a
these
specific
to
sample,
myself. Let's
involved
see
in,
how this
line with
works.
that lab?
Yes, we'll call that the evidence item number, or E dash whatever number it's assigned.
Is there also a case number that's assigned as far as different cases or different case submissions?
Yes, there is.
And turn your attention to a specific case that was submitted.
You're
in
sneaky
January,
with them?
partially
Yeah, you
submitted in
are.
January and then partially submitted in March of 2024. That came from the Norfolk District
Do you have
Attorney's Office.
Gibby
Are
as
you
a
familiar with that?
keyboard?
Yes, I am.
And the Bodie case number on that was CCA 2416-0023. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, with reference to your work on this specific case number, what were the items that you received, and sort of what were the items that you received that you eventually did some testing or analysis on?
So I continued testing for one of the hair samples.
And specifically, again, that's given a specific name as far as in the hair sample in this case was EO1. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And then as far for comparison purposes, what, if anything, did you receive in regard to comparison if you were able to generate a profile from EO1?
We received a reference profile from the victim, John O'Keefe.
Now, your specialty within the lab is in mitochondrial DNA testing. Is that correct?
Yes.
Could you explain to the jury, as far as mitochondrial DNA, let me ask you this first. Are you also familiar with the term known as autosomal DNA?
I am, yes.
If you could, Ms. Chard, explain to the jury first what autosomal DNA is, and then what mitochondrial DNA is.
Okay.
And then I'll have another question.
Let's have a little fun for a minute. This one is hysterical. Looking at Lally like this, like, yeah, okay. What the fuck you just say? Oh, he's cracking me up. And then we got, let's see. This one's good too. Every time I look at these, they crack me up because I can literally picture all of these looks at Lally like, what the fuck? And then we got the initial one that we were thinking of. This guy just cracks me up though, just because he's funny looking. Oh, don't tell me this one's not gonna work. I swear. Hold on. I gotta resend myself that one. Damn it. That is me right now too. Yeah. The one of the dude, the nerdy dude with the big Coke bottle glasses. If Discord and StreamYard didn't have such problems working together, I mean, geez, oh Pete, I don't know what the problem is. I always have a problem working those two programs at the same time. Oh, you're good. Kids always take priority. so weird because it's the only GIF that I can't copy the source link, only the message link. And when I click it, it makes me want to sign into Discord. I'm like YouTube. The others, I can just click and copy the actual link to the. This is so stupid. Let me see if I can find it on the internet. Oh, there you go. Stephen Fenner says actor Carrie Elwes. I don't know who that is, but let me find out. Oh, the first. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, it's the other one with the second one there, the one right after the goal from Dorothy. He was the male lead actor in. Oh, duh. Okay. I love The Princess Bride. Such a good movie. You guys are awesome. He was also, oh yeah, Robin Hood, Men of Tights. I only saw that movie once. I didn't really like it that much. I really liked Princess Bride though. That movie's a classic. Oh, I know that one. I saw it when I was looking for the Coke bottle glasses, dude. Oh, shit. Didn't mean to do that. Oh, well, hold on. I swear, my computer just does not like GIFs, I think, period. When I'm trying to stream on StreamYard and have YouTube open. It's so dumb. I guess I really got to get back to getting my desktop ready. I had too many download like updates and stuff since I was able to reset it. Now that it works, I was having issues switching from when we had that one stream. I had to get off my desktop, go back to my laptop, and now I've been taking the easy way out and just going straight to my laptop instead of making sure my desktop is ready to go. But I will make sure I do that tonight because I can't wait to get back on the desktop with the nice large screen. He recently did a Princess Bride viewing tour. We got to do the meet and greet. Oh, you did? How cool. He did the sword scene with a broken foot and didn't say anything because he didn't want to lose the role. Wow. I didn't know that. That's insane. Yeah, it would have. How cool is that? All right. Well, let's get through these. We got a few good ones in there. I'll try and figure out if I can get that. Sorry. Virtual juror just sent me like 10 more gifts. I opened it. It's so funny. This little girl. Oh my God. Too funny. All right. I'm going to work on sending these or somehow getting them in my email or Dropbox while we watch. All right. Bear with me. Let's get back to YouTube.
Course. So what many people are familiar with is what we call autosomal DNA. So that's the DNA that's actually stored in the nucleus of your cell. You get half from your mother and half from your father, and it's what makes you unique. And it's what people call the blueprint of a person. But what might be a new concept is that there's actually a second form of DNA that is stored within the mitochondria of a cell. So if you can remember maybe back to any science classes that you had, the mitochondria is the powerhouse of that cell. And because of that, you can have upwards of hundreds to thousands of mitochondria within just one single cell. And within each of those mitochondria, you may have thousands of copies of that mitochondrial DNA. So in cases just like this one, where there may not be enough nuclear or autosomal DNA to find, you can go back and try to test for that mitochondrial DNA.
And so if you could explain to the jury some, I think you've alluded to it already, but sort of the difference between autosomal DNA versus mitochondria.
So mitochondrial DNA, in contrast, is inherited directly from your mother. So you will have the same mitochondrial DNA profile as your mother, and then you will also have the same mitochondrial DNA profile as any of your siblings. And it has that maternal inheritance that we call it, that makes it actually a great source for helping identify people, but it can also be used for criminal cases as well.
First, with respect to the autosomal DNA, can you explain to the jury sort of the process as far as just in general terms? What is the
Oh my
process
God,
of
Malin,
testing
Fred
those
Savage was
generation
my
of
childhood crush too.
Sure, so we share similar
Holy
processing
moly.
methods.
From
So we'll
Wonder
start out
Years,
by taking
man.
a small portion of
Him and
whatever
Winnie
is
were like,
sent to the lab, and we'll call that sampling. We'll take notes on that
I was
and
always
how much that
jealous
we
of
take
Winnie.
forward through testing, and that will go into a small tube. From there, we will extract the DNA or take apart all of the cells by adding chemicals. And what we're left with is what we call a DNA extract. So that's actually where I came
know
in
how that
this
goes.
case. From there, the difference is we will go through what is still called amplification using the PCR method. That will make a bunch of copies of that DNA to be used later on. But for mitochondrial DNA, what we're targeting is specifically just the mitochondrial DNA in that extract. From there, we actually go to something that is completely different from autosomal testing, which is DNA sequencing. So DNA sequencing is really just a way that we're able to take those small strands of DNA that we've amplified, and we're able to read them almost like letters in a sentence.
And the PCR is in reference to the autosomal DNA, is that correct?
It's for both methods.
What does PCR stand for?
It's a polymerase chain reaction.
And when you say as far as the sort of quantification, is it quantification or quantitation?
Quantification works.
As far as the quantification step is concerned, how is that sort of physically done? What kind of instrumentality are you using to accomplish that?
So for mitochondrial DNA, we will actually run the DNA after amplification on a gel, so a long, really what it sounds like, slab of gel, where we're able to visualize if we
Are you
obtained
serious?
any mitochondrial DNA as a band that shows up under a camera.
To be honest, I don't remember if any of my friends growing up had a crush on him like I did, but I seriously did. I used to rip out all his pictures from, those magazines we read as a little kid, as little girls. Well, I don't even remember what magazines, what they were called. They always had those rip out pictures in the middle. When I was like 9 or 10, I had my whole wall covered with those ripped out pages from those magazines. I'm in a Discord that does a daily meme war, which whatever one of the daily holiday or daily blah 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 day it's fun. Yeah, that sounds like fun, dude. That's so cool. Yeah, I can see how you'd get in the top 3. Wow, I mean, seriously, you sent me like, I mean, they would keep me laughing every time I opened it. You add more and more, like cracking me up. Yes, Star magazines. Yes. All the ones where they always had like the heartthrobs of the teenagers in those in the middle parts. They had like, would always have like 4 to 6 rip out pictures. Teen Beat. That's the one. Teen Beat. That's the one. Yep. Oh my God. Yeah, I read 17 magazine too, but what these ones I'm talking about in particular, they were literally all they were designed for like preteen girls, like seriously, because all they were full of was articles or like questionnaires of, the teenage heartthrobs at the time, and they always had to rip out posters. And I seriously, I think I have a picture of that wall somewhere. I'll have to find it and post it on Discord, where you can literally see my entire room, my wall, one wall in my room growing up. I had plastered with those pictures ripped out. So funny. Yeah, that's too funny. He was I was in love with him when I was a kid. Bo Duke and Han Solo for me. I'm just that much older than you guys. No, you're not that much older. Come on. Han Solo, though, I mean, I didn't really watch Star Wars until I was in my later teens. So, like, I was already past the crush stage. And I'll be honest, I'm still not a huge Star Wars fan. I mean, I've never even seen the new ones because everyone said they weren't even good. They weren't, so I just never watched them. Just like I've never watched Lord of the Rings. I watched every show, every movie, even ones that he only had cameos in. My friends always picked on me, but made sure I had every star and Teen Beat that I had. Yes, me too. It's too funny. I still to this day remember the movie The Wizard. And people are like, what the hell is that? And it's about a kid who takes his younger brother to a video gaming conference of Super Mario 3, I think it was. Because he was like so good at it. Or competition, not conference. It was a dumb movie, but I loved it because Fred Savage was in it. No, she definitely doesn't have bad taste. Nuh-uh. Indiana Jones. Well, Harrison Ford was a very good. He's still a good-looking man. He's older now. Like, what is he, 80 now? Almost? Yeah, see, Harrison Ford in the day. Mm-hmm. Very good looking. Chef's kiss. The space one. And Little Monsters was another one. The movie was so dumb, but it had Howie Mandel in it too. As the Little Monsters, there was a monster world under the bed. Harry Mandel had like this corniest costume in that movie, but I loved it. Just like The Wizard, because Fred Savage was in it. The Younger Years. I never watched it, I'll be honest, because I saw Fred Savage had some issues in his real life, and that's not why I didn't watch it, but he also played in an SVU episode where he played a jerk. And ever since it totally ruined it for me when he played that asshole in Law and Order SVU. Oh, see, you knew that movie too. Yep. I loved Howie Mandel too. Like for years I have been trying to find. Howie Mandel did a stand-up comedy that was played on HBO when I was like, I don't know, 16, between 16 and 20, maybe even early 20s, but I think it was earlier than that. I think it was in the late 90s. And it was so funny. And he, like, you can't find it anywhere. And I remember one specific joke, and that's how I try and search it. Every time I think about it, I try and search it up, thinking I'm going to find it. And I can't. I think they scrubbed it because he told kind of dirty jokes in that one. And he's not that kind of like, comedian. So I think it was kind of risque, for lack of a better word, for him. And I think he scrubbed it because I can't find it anywhere. My mom had it on VHS tape because she used to tape everything off the TV. I mean, she numbered them and had her computer print out of each tape and what movies had, because she would tape like 2 movies or 3 or 4 shows on them. And she had them all, like, she had a whole catalog and them numbered. So, oh my God, it's crazy. Tom Selleck. I never got into him because I never watched anything he was in. I know. Oh, you saw that episode? Yeah. Him and that, it was bad episode. He did not I didn't like it. I didn't like seeing him play a guy like that. Michael J. Fox. Oh yeah, I used to watch Family Ties. It was a good show back in the day. They don't make shows like they used to. I mean, those shows that are on today are nothing like they used to be. 3 Men and a Baby. That's a good movie. Who is that? That's Steve Guttenberg and what's the other guys that are in it? Why can't I think of their names? I can picture them, but I can't think of their names. Is that Ted Danson? Is that his name? Tom Selleck, yeah. But what's the other guy's name? Ted Danson, is that it? It's Steve Guttenberg, Tom Selleck, and now I'm gonna have to look it up. He's good looking. I'll be honest, like, I don't like Tom Selleck. When I think of what he looks like, I always think of his mustache, and I don't really like guys in just mustaches. I like either a goatee with the mustache, like they have to have the whole, thing, or none. Okay, Ted Danson, I was right. Thank you. I thought so. I don't know. I was like, all right, we're never going to get through this if I don't start playing. Sorry.
So with reference to this sample, this EO1, the hair.
I love you guys. You guys just
I received it as a DNA extract, so it was a amount of liquid in a tube at that point.
And as far as in general terms, again, if you could explain to the jury, so what are the steps that go into the processing or analysis prior to that sample you received it on the quantifications?
So it went through sampling, it was received, it was inventoried by the person that opened up the evidence, and a small portion, or the hair, was put into a tube, and then it went through that DNA extraction. So the hair was dissolved, and all of the DNA inside of that hair was released and isolated to just be then that DNA extract.
So from that point where you pick up as sort of the extract, what is it that you're doing with that as far as your analysis goes from there, and what type of instrumentality are you using to perform that analysis?
So from there, I am targeting and just trying to find if there is any mitochondrial DNA in that sample. So we'll use the PCR method to amplify to see if there is any mitochondrial DNA we can target. And then I will take it through and visualize it on that gel to make sure to see if we got anything. That is our quantification step. And then after that, I will take it through our sequencing step. And we do load that on an instrument called the 3130 genetic analyzer.
And the 3130 genetic analyzer, how does that work?
So it actually runs and separates each of the fragments of DNA that we have amplified. and visualizes it through a program. So we're able to read each letter of your DNA sequence.
I could take you back just a step. Are you familiar with a term within your field called a D-loop?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury what a D-loop is and how that factors into your analysis of testing for mitochondria?
So the D loop is actually the region of the mitochondrial
Sorry, I'm very
genome that we
squirrel
target.
today. What?
It is targeted because it does not contain any useful areas.
First of
for
all, you
actual
don't ever have to
function
be
of the
sorry for
mitochondria.
anything in my
So
chat.
it can change over
And two,
time.
I don't know
and
what squirrel
those
means,
changes
but
are what
you are
actually
perfectly
are recorded
fine.
as
You guys
your
are
mitochondrial
perfect. I
DNA
love you
profile.
guys. Seriously, we have so much
Well,
fun,
as far as
and I love it.
D-loop, what if any
Oh,
relationship does that have,
ADHD.
with
Gotcha.
respect to variables within the human population?
Distracted. You're good. No,
Do
you
you
guys
know
are
the
amazing.
word
You
that-
guys are awesome.
Very poorly. Let me do this.
I'm doing the same
The-
thing. So
D-loop,
we're
as far as
just,
the region
I
is
love it.
concerned, what, if anything, does that have to do with certain variabilities within the human population?
Oh, yes. So because there is this variability in that region, it can change over time. And from that, there are different mitochondrial DNA profiles that are developed across the world.
Now, in addition to the extract from the hair sample EO1, what, if any, other items did you receive in regard to comparison?
So we also received that reference sample from the victim, and that was taken forward for mitochondrial DNA testing as well.
And just for clarity purposes, when you say reference sample from the victim, you're referring to John O'Keefe, is that correct?
Yes.
And the reference sample that you received in regard to John O'Keefe, was that already an extract as well, or what, if anything, did you have to do with that in order to obtain a mitochondrial DNA profile?
So that sample was received, if I can refer to my notes, I did not. So I was not the person to actually do the sampling for this sample. It was received as a small cutting of a swab.
And so, as far as the small cutting from the swab, what is sort of, as far as creating a profile from that, creating a profile from the extract from the hair sample as well, was there any difference in sort of how those two mitochondrial DNA profiles were created?
No, they were tested the same way.
And well, let me ask this: as far as with regard to the hair sample EO1, were you able to obtain a mitochondrial DNA profile for the hair?
We were.
And with respect to Mr. O'Keefe's sample, were you also able to obtain a mitochondrial DNA profile from Mr. O'Keefe's sample?
Yes, we were.
Squirrel's a
Now, as
reference
far
to the
as,
movie
for
Up.
comparison purposes,
Sounds like, oh,
what, if
thank you.
anything, did you look at it, and what, if any, comparison or opinions or conclusions did you draw from that comparative analysis?
Sure, I can state directly from my report if that's all right. So the mitochondrial DNA profile that was obtained
How
from the
cute.
sample, the hair sample, was consistent with the mitochondrial DNA profile obtained from John O'Keefe. So therefore, John O'Keefe cannot be
I wish I could
excluded
share
as a
these
possible
as
contributor of that
pictures.
hair.
Now, Ms. Chart, are you also familiar with something called an MPOP, and for the record, that's EMPOP?
I am.
Can you explain to the jury what that is and how that's used as far as any sort of statistical analysis in reference to comparative comparison?
So it's a international populations database that houses different mitochondrial DNA profiles.
And how is it
not a word.
used within your field, and how did you use it in this specific instance in relation to the consistency opinion between the hair sample and Mr. O'Keefe's?
So we were able to upload the profile from the hair and see if it was found at all within the population database. We test populations that are popular within the United States to narrow it down. And within the African American, US Caucasian, and US Hispanic
Yes, it
databases
is.
that they have, it was not seen.
Yes, it is. Look, Moni, I'm going to show you. Who told you it wasn't a word? See? Distractible. One meaning, Variant or alteration of another lexical term. Distractible. Oh, you gotta sign in? How stupid. But yes, it's a word. Here. Capable of being distracted, having one's attention readily diverted. Ah, because it's IBLE. I got you. You can spell it ABLE, but by the dictionary standard, it's IBLE. I know, right? I have to pay or join to look up the definition of a word. Stupid Oxford Dictionary. You're welcome, Moni. I'm like, no, it's got to be. I would abuse that word too because it's a word. But see, that's why me and Mr. Autocorrect always have a very bad relationship. Aw, that's a cute word. See, you should add that to the Urban Dictionary, Malin. You can submit your own words to the Urban Dictionary like Jimmy did. That's funny. Adorkable. I like it. Yeah, blame the English dictionary, the Oxford Dictionary. Thankfully, the Merriam-Webster Dictionary website you didn't have to sign up for. That's so dumb. They just want your email so they can make money off of it. Right? But this is what I'm saying. Mr. Autocorrect hates me. And I hate him in kind. I don't have the nerve Jimmy does. LOL, I make up words all the time. Yeah, I mean, for those of you, if any of you didn't know that Jimmy got, I got to show you this. It's freaking awesome. He got Massachusetts Sea Glass entered into the Urban Dictionary, which is just amazing. Oh my God. Hold on. Sorry, my Discord was still open. No wonder I'm having such problems with things loading. Because StreamYard, if you open StreamYard and use Discord at the same time, it's insane. Autocorrect and I have an understanding. Generally, he does me right, but if I want my own spelling, he leaves me alone. Well, you're lucky because Mr. Autocorrect hates me and my short, fat fingers. I swear to God, what is going on with my internet? I guess I should just be thankful it's not kicking me off StreamYard. Hold on. Maybe I should stop fooling around while I'm ahead. Maybe we'll look it up later when my internet has a better signal. Please don't. Let's go back to the trial just because I'm so afraid of my internet booting me off again. Dang it. I knew it. All right, bear with me. What the hell is the problem here? Now I'm having all kinds of problems. I can't even close out the stinking link. Here we go. All right, let's try this again. Let's go back to YouTube. If I can. Oh boy, oh boy. That's why I'm going to learn OPS. He fixes it and then I backspace and he goes away. See, mine doesn't do that. When I backspace and retype it in, he always puts it back like 5 times. It pisses me off. Distractible. I just voice to Mike, got it done. I feel so silly. I'm a notoriously bad speller, but my vocabulary has always been great. I was so thrown by that word. I would have been too, though. I mean, because, yeah, I would have never thought that word was, I mean, if somebody, just like when you told me it wasn't a word, I'm like, what? I would have been like, you're crazy. And then had I looked it up and it really not been a word, I would have been dumbfounded. Autocorrect gave me a new name once. I tried to call myself a poor girl. Autocorrect called me a calm girl with a P. Oh, oh boy. I feel sheepish. Corn girl, I got you. I said calm, but I God almighty, my eyesight's getting bad. Yeah, in Baker's chat, they call it prawn instead of corn. But it doesn't matter, I got you. But that's why I hate autocorrect. It's terrible. See, backspace once, and it should return it to the way you had it, at least on Apple. Well, my Apple, my Mr. Autocorrect in my Apple iPhone isn't the same as your Mr. Autocorrect, apparently. Because if I backspace, it doesn't do that. Why would autocorrect not just fix my able with yeah, I don't know. That's what I'm saying. Because autocorrect is stupid. I hate Mr. Autocorrect. See, yep, autocorrect and I are not friends. Yep. We have a hate-hate relationship, apparently. What the hell is going on with my... Oh, finally. All right, let's get back to it as soon as I get this, hopefully, to load. No problem now that my internet seems to be better. Thank you for getting me through that. Thankfully, Mr. Internet didn't at least disconnect me. All right, bear with me while I share it again. Okay, Lally, shut up. Now I gotta go back to who we were watching. All right, here we go.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you.
I didn't even
Good
say where it was
Good
at.
afternoon.
Come on.
Please state your name and spell your last name.
I don't know where we were at. We were around here, I think. Let's see.
Technology, you actually go through a series of lectures and you have a series of readings.
Oh, we saw that. She was talking about that mitochondrial DNA.
Again, that's given a specific name as far as in the hair sample in this case was EO1, is that correct?
That is
Yeah.
correct.
This is good enough.
For comparison purposes, what, if anything, did you receive in regard to comparison? if
Your
you were
Surrey
to
needs an
generate
attitude
a,
adjustment.
profile from DO1?
We received
Yeah.
a reference profile from the victim, John O'Keefe.
It's corn girl with a P, I think. I've heard.
Your specialty within the lab is
Star,
in mitochondrial
girl.
DNA testing, is that correct?
Yeah,
Yes.
I think it's
Could you
just the
explain to the jury as far as the mitochondrial DNA.
first
Let me
word.
ask you this first. Are you also familiar with the term known as autosomal DNA?
I am, yes.
If you could,
Because she
Ms.
tried to
Bernard,
put in
explain to
poor
the
and it
jury,
changed it
first
to
what
the
autosomal DNA is,
with an N.
and then what mitochondrial DNA is, and then I'll have another question.
Of course. So what many people are
Right?
familiar with is what we call autosomal DNA. So that's the DNA that's actually stored in the nucleus of your cell. You get half from your mother and half from your father, and it's what makes you unique. And it's what people call the blueprint of a person. But what might be a new concept is that there's actually a second form of DNA that is stored within the mitochondria of a DNA of a cell. So if you can remember maybe back to any science classes that you had, the mitochondria is the powerhouse of that cell. And because of that, you can have upwards of hundreds to thousands of mitochondria within just one single cell. And within each of those mitochondria, you may have thousands of copies of that mitochondrial DNA. So in cases just like this one, where there may not be enough nuclear or autosomal DNA to find, you can go back and try to test for that mitochondrial DNA.
And so if you could explain to the jury some, I think you've alluded to it already, but sort of the difference between autosomal DNA versus mitochondria.
So mitochondrial DNA, in contrast, is inherited directly from your mother. So you will have the same mitochondrial DNA profile as your mother, and then you will also have the same mitochondrial DNA profile as any of your siblings. And it has that maternal inheritance that we call it, that makes it actually a great source for helping identify people, but it can also be used for criminal cases as well.
First, with respect to the autosomal DNA, can you explain to the jury sort of the process as far as just in general terms? What is the process as far as the testing goes or generation of profile?
Sure. So we share similar processing methods. So we will start out by taking a small portion of whatever is sent to the lab, and we call that sampling. We'll take notes on that and how much that we take forward through testing, and that will go into a small tube. From there, we will extract the DNA or take apart all of the cells by adding chemicals. And what we're left with is what we call a DNA extract. So that's actually where I came in this case. From there, the difference is we will go through what is still called amplification using the PCR method. That will make a bunch of copies of that DNA to be used later on. But for mitochondrial DNA, what we're targeting is specifically just the mitochondrial DNA in that extract. From there, we actually go to something that is completely different from autosomal testing, which is DNA sequencing. So DNA sequencing is really just a way that we're able to take those small strands of DNA that we've amplified, and we're able to read them almost like letters in a sentence.
And the PCR is in reference to the autosomal DNA, is that correct?
It's for both methods.
What does PCR stand for?
It's a polymerase chain reaction.
And when you say as far
Yeah,
as,
you know, Moni,
the sort of quantification.
no, it is
Quantification or
infallible, but it's
quantification?
got to be used in the right
Quantification works.
context, you
As far
know?
as the quantification step is concerned, how is that sort of physically done? What kind of instrumentality?
It's
are
got to
you
be
using
relevant
accomplish?
to the case.
So for mitochondrial DNA, we will actually run the
But the
DNA
problem-
after amplification
The problem that
on
I feel, the only problem I feel with DNA is you can't tell, like if you, especially if it's from like touch DNA, or you can't tell when it was left. So let's say like the whole thing with Koberger. They found, blood DNA on that handrail, but it was so minute, so tiny, and it was old, but you couldn't tell how old. The people that are idiotic and somehow think Koberger is innocent want to bring that in as if it's, exculpatory evidence, but it's not. But if there was a way, to tell that it's older, it would definitely be a plus, just can't. They can't do it right now. Yeah, touch DNA is the problem. Yep. Mary B, you slept until 3. Your name is so easy to rhyme with. And you needed to sleep, honey. No worries. I'm so glad you got some rest. I mean, you've been through a lot. Koberger did it. You don't plead to 4 times. Yeah. And you don't sit there like a psychopath and with no feelings and say, yep, I did it. I mean, seriously, those people are so stupid. I'm sorry. I really don't like calling people stupid, but the people who truly think that man is innocent are stupid. I'll never understand why they didn't test the unknown DNA in this case and taking the McAllister. Yeah, well, and that's why. That's what in my opinion, the reason they didn't test the DNA is because they didn't want to have to explain it away. They didn't want to have to, test it, find out that it matched the McAlberts, and then have to explain why, why was there DNA on, John's pants and John's shoes? Yep. See, Mary B, you needed the rest. Tweedledee. Mary B, Tweedledee. See, I told you. Your name is so easy to rhyme with. That's so fun. They didn't want to have the potential of it matching. Yep, exactly. I really did. I couldn't fall asleep, so I stayed up bringing binging Traders until 4 a.m. Oh my God, I've heard so many people talking about that show. Is it really that good? Like when I saw the previews for it, I wondered if it would be either really dumb or really good. I can't watch it though because I don't have it. What is it on Netflix, right? Or I don't know, one of those streamers I don't have. I'm still hung up on the fact that they did not test. Yeah, me too. But I know why they didn't. They did it on purpose. Oh my God, Mary B, don't tell me I haven't been able to watch this season yet. Oh, you guys, everybody watch it? What? So good. Oh, now I'm gonna have to. Oh, it's on Peacock? I have Peacock. That's the one streaming service I do have. Well, I'm definitely gonna have to watch it now. Damn it. So Moni, it's on Peacock. I hate reality TV. Yeah, so do I. But sometimes the reality binge is just what the doctor ordered. It's pretty good, I must admit. Well, I'm definitely going to check it out now. That'll be my next binge when I have nothing to do. Just finished season 2. Ugh. All right. Well, I'll fill you in when I start watching it. You don't have Peacock, Moni? You know what? I'll give you my sign-in. You can borrow it. When I call you later, I'll give you my sign-in because I barely ever use it. You need to watch the seasons in order. The Traders, there are ones from other countries too. Oh. All right. Oh, then you're good with me. Yeah. Yeah, I Peacock is the one that I keep because it's the one streaming service that I do watch a bunch of show reruns when I just want something playing in the background or I don't feel good and I always want to watch like shows that just I like to watch, that I like to rewatch, and Peacock has those for me. I've watched all the seasons except the most recent. Yeah, okay. Oh, borrow a friend's Peacock. Yeah. Well, sometimes you just have to borrow one. You have your own avatar on Peacock? I have mine is set to Ice T from SVU.
A gel, so a long,
All right, let's get through this.
really what it
last
sounds
few
like,
minutes.
slab of gel, where we're able to visualize if we obtained any mitochondrial DNA as a band that shows up under a camera.
And so with reference to this sample, this EO1, the hair sample, you received it at what stage again, or what step?
I received it as a DNA extract, so it was a amount of liquid in a tube at that point.
And as far as in general terms, again, if you could explain to the jury, so what are the steps that go into the processing or analysis prior to that step where you received it on the quantifications?
So it went through sampling, it was received, it was inventoried by the person that opened up the evidence, and a small portion or the hair was put into a tube. And then it went through that DNA extraction. So the hair was dissolved and all of the DNA inside of that hair was released and isolated to just be then that DNA extract.
And so from that point where you pick it up as sort of the extract, what is it that you're doing with that as far as your analysis goes from there, and what type of instrumentality are you using to perform that analysis?
So from there, I am targeting and just trying to find
Oh,
if there
you're
is any
friendly,
mitochondrial
you're on
DNA in that
advertising?
sample.
Yeah.
So we'll use the
Because
PCR
Moni, I'll make
method
you one
to
too.
amplify
You
to
can
see
set
if
your own
there
stuff.
is any
That's a nice thing.
mitochondrial
You
DNA
have
we
your
can
own,
target. And then I will take it through and visualize it on that
Settings
gel
and
to make
stuff.
sure to see if we got anything. That is our quantification step. And then after that, I will take it through our sequencing step. And we do load that on an instrument called the 3130 genetic analyzer.
And the 3130 genetic
Okay,
analyzer,
TBJ.
how does
We'll
that
see you when you get back.
So it actually runs and separates each of the fragments of DNA that we have amplified and visualizes it through a program. So we're able to read each letter of your DNA sequence.
could take you back just a step? Are you familiar with a term within your field called the D-loop?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury what a D-loop is and how that factors into your analysis of testing for mitochondria?
So the D-loop is actually the region of the mitochondrial genome that we target. It is targeted because it does not contain any useful areas for the actual function of a mitochondria. So it can change over time, and those changes are what actually are recorded as your mitochondrial DNA profile.
Now, as far as the D-loop, what, if any, relationship does that have with respect to certain variables within the human population?
Would you be able to word that?
Very poorly. Let me rephrase. The D-loop, as far as the region is concerned, what, if anything, does that have to do with certain variabilities within the human population?
Oh, yes. So because there is this variability in that region, it can change over time. And from that, there are different mitochondrial DNA profiles that are developed across the world.
Now, in addition to the extract from the hair sample E01, what, if any, other items did you receive in regard to comparison?
So we also received that reference sample from the victim, and that was taken forward for mitochondrial DNA testing as well.
And just for clarity purposes, when you say reference sample from the victim, you're referring to John O'Keefe, is that correct?
Yes.
And the reference sample that you received in regard to John O'Keefe, was that already an extract as well, or what, if anything, did you have to do with that in order to obtain a mitochondrial DNA profile?
So that sample was received, if I can refer to my notes. I did not. So I was not the person to actually do the sampling for this sample. It was received as a small cutting of a swab.
And so, as far as the small cutting from the swab, what is sort of, as far as creating a profile from that, creating a profile from the extract from the hair sample as well, was there any difference in sort of how those two mitochondrial DNA profiles were created?
No, they were tested the same way.
She's probably one of the most
And
like
basically, well, let me ask you,
honest
as far
and
as with regard to
decent witnesses
the
right
hair
now.
sample E01, were you able to obtain a mitochondrial DNA profile for the hair?
We were.
And with respect to Mr. O'Keefe's sample, were you also able to obtain a mitochondrial DNA profile from Mr. O'Keefe's sample?
Yes, we were.
Now, as far as for comparison purposes, what, if anything, did you look at, and what, if any, comparison or opinions or conclusions did you draw from that comparative analysis?
Sure, I can
Yeah.
state directly from my report if that's all right.
Okay.
So the mitochondrial
She's
DNA
such a
profile that
moron.
was obtained from the sample, the hair sample, was consistent with the mitochondrial DNA profile obtained from John O'Keefe. So therefore, John O'Keefe cannot be excluded as a possible contributor of that hair.
Now, Ms. Chart, are you also familiar with something called an MPOP, and for the record, that's EMPOP?
I am.
And can you explain to the jury what that is and how that's used as far as any sort of statistical analysis in reference to comparative comparison?
So it's a international populations database that houses different mitochondrial DNA profiles.
And how is it sort of used within your field, and how did you use it in this specific instance in relation to the
Yes.
consistency opinion between the hair sample? and
Especially
Mr.
after
O'Keefe's?
watching DPP
So
last
we were
night.
able to
Oh my God,
upload
that was
the
freaking
profile from the
hilarious.
hair and see if it was found at
He's
all
sitting there
within the
talking as if-
population database.
Oh my God.
We test populations
What
that
a
are
moron.
popular within the United States to narrow it down. And within the African American, US Caucasian, and US Hispanic databases that they have, it was not seen.
And what, if any, conclusions or opinions are you then able to formulate with reference to the consistency of the hair sample versus Mr. O'Keefe's sample with relation to that MPOP data?
Sure. So by not seeing it in the database, this means that we're able to exclude at least 99.895% of the population from being a source of that evidence.
And is there a certain level or percentage of confidence statistically that comes along with that exclusion of 99.895% of the U.S. population?
Yes, we use what is called the 95% confidence interval. It's actually a rule that is used for making statistical statements about populations. It's because there are always outliers that we don't include. We take the 95% majority of a population when we run those statistics.
Are you talking about Dr. LaPasada? She's amazing.
And
We'll
so,
watch the rest of her
again, as far as
testimony
your,
again today if I have enough
opinion,
time
or
after we're done
conclusions based
watching
on,
True for
the
Call.
comparison is that the mitochondrial DNA profile from the hair sample was consistent with the mitochondrial DNA profile from Mr. O'Keefe's sample, correct?
Correct.
And that's with a 95% confidence, is that correct?
That is correct.
And that's the exclusion of at least 99.895%.
Yeah,
of the
Dr.
population of the United
LaPasada, I
States.
loved her.
Correct.
She's amazing.
Thank you, ma'am. I have nothing further.
We have no questions, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Chad, you are all set. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You're all set. She says that every time. It's the only time she ever sounds nice. You're all set.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
First, let me just say that, just for clarification, that microphone in front of you is adjustable.
Who's this guy? Andre Porto,
Please state your name and spell your last name.
MSP Crime
Yeah, my
Lab.
name is Andre
Okay.
Porto, last name spelled Porto.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm a forensic
We
scientist
hope you
too
don't
at
miss
the
Triple
Massachusetts
Yeah.
State Police Crime Lab in the DNA
Well, this
unit.
guy's only 30
And,
minutes.
sir, if I could ask you just a few
So
questions
at one
about your
point, we're-
educational background.
maybe we'll put him on
starting with your
1.5.
undergraduate work. Where did you go to?
See. Oh, hold on. All right. Why is my computer doing this
And what
today? There we
degrees
go.
you received from that?
I received a Bachelor of Science in Microbiology at the University of Massachusetts in Amherst.
We'll get through him
And then-
quickly.
yeah.
And then because
And where did you
Jessica
go?
Hyde.
I went to the
just
Boston
only
University School of Medicine and I got a Master of Science in Forensic, Biomedical Forensic
We'll
Sciences.
get to we'll definitely
about
get
what-
to
what year
Trooper
was that? Did you
Paul.
receive
I
that
don't know if we'll get to
I graduated
all your
2019.
testimony
And
today.
then following receipt of your master's, where did you go from?
I went to the DNA unit in the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab.
And when you joined the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab initially, what was your title and sort of what was your duties and responsibilities with relation to that time?
So I joined as a Forensic Scientist 1, and that's a training position where I underwent a training program that consisted of a bibliography with multiple journal articles and textbooks, as well as conducting the lab processing on training samples.
And that sort of initial work that you did as referred to as an FS1, is that correct?
Yes.
And that initial work that you did as an FS1, how long did you do that before you became a forensic scientist?
Approximately, the training itself was approximately 6 to 8 months, and then within a year, I was promoted to an FS2.
Thanks, Scott.
And when you were promoted to work as an FS2, what, if any, specific unit were you assigned to within the lab?
The DNA unit.
And have you essentially been with the DNA unit since that assignment initially occurred?
Yes.
Now, just a few questions about the lab at State Police Crime Laboratory. Is that lab accredited by anybody?
Yes, we are accredited by ANAB, and that stands for ANSI, National Accreditation Board, and the ANSI stands for American National Standards Institute.
And with reference to that accreditation, can you describe to the jury just a little bit about generally in terms of what goes into an accreditation of a lab from ANAB?
Yeah, so this organization, ANAB, they came into our lab and they reviewed all of our protocols, ranging from facility security to the protocols that we do in the lab to staff education and training, and to make sure that we're meeting all the standards that we are being accredited to.
And the lab at MSPCL, its accreditation, is it up to date at this point?
Yes.
With reference to yourself personally, sir, in regard to your casework, in regard to your training, are you familiar with the term proficiency testing?
Yes.
Yeah, I
Explain
haven't
to
heard
what that
that,
is
but
and how
I
often
wouldn't
would
be surprised if she was completely different.
Yeah, so a proficiency test is given on a semi-annual basis, so twice a year, by an
She had
outside
to-
agency,
He had to
and we
prove
don't
her
know what the results are,
dominance in
and we treat it
that
as a regular
courtroom.
case. So we take it through the regular DNA processing, and we have to pass that proficiency test to show that we maintain our competency in whatever work that we are doing in casework.
And sir, as far as the proficiency testing that you've undergone, what have been the results of your proficiency testing?
I've passed all of mine.
Now, sir, maybe a term that's pretty
Right.
low, but if you could explain to the jury, at least based on your training experience, what your understanding is of a couple of different terms. And first one, I'm going to start with DNA itself. What is DNA?
Yeah, so DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid, and that is basically the genetic blueprint that makes us who we are. And we each have 2 copies of it. We inherited one from our mom and one from our dad, and that combination makes us unique. And with the exception of identical twins, everybody has a different DNA.
And is DNA the same in every cell of a person's body?
Yes, barring any rare mutations, DNA is the same. So if you take a blood sample and a saliva sample from the same person, the DNA should be the same.
And what I'm going to ask you now is just a little bit about the process of DNA and how it's tested within your lab. Am I correct in saying that there's essentially 4 steps? Is that correct?
Correct.
And approaching sort of chronologically, one of the steps is called extraction, correct?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury how it is specifically that DNA is extracted by yourself in general terms when you're testing it?
Yes, so for the extraction step, so I receive the samples, they're in like small tubes, they're closed. I will add a set of reagents to it, apply heat to that sample, and that will actually burst open the cells to make the DNA available for use.
When you are extracting from a sample, do you know, is there a way to sort of measure how much DNA you're extracting from a sample?
Yes.
And can you explain sort of how it is that you know that?
Yeah, so that's the second step, that we call quantitation. And we take a small portion of that DNA that we extracted, and we'll apply a different set of reagents and run it through an instrument that heats and cools down the sample, goes through a cycle, and allows us to estimate how much DNA is extracted.
Now, so what is PCR?
PCR is stands for polymerase chain reaction, and it's basically known as molecular xeroxing, where it's making millions of copies of specific areas that you can target of the DNA.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to step over.
Sorry.
Is that essentially the third step that you undergo?
Correct.
Now, what is a SDR?
It stands for short tandem repeat, and these are locations in the DNA that change each person. So it's comprised
Right.
of small little repeats,
It's
and
the
each person,
glasses.
however repeats you have at that location, is sort of what will show up in your DNA profile.
Now, how is it with your work in the lab that you identify DNA fragments?
It's the fourth step, what we call detection, where after we amplified the specific areas that we are looking at in the DNA, we'll run it through an instrument that will separate them out and generate the DNA profile.
Now, within your work in the lab, are you familiar with terminology as far as a known item versus a question item?
Yes.
And can you explain what each of those mean in reference to your field and your work, and sort of what is the difference between the two?
Yeah, so a known item is an item that's collected directly from an individual and is to be used for comparison purposes, whereas a questioned item is collected from, let's say, like a crime scene where we don't know the source.
Now, as far as your lab or your unit within the lab, are there the DNA unit itself, does it follow sort of standardized policies and protocols?
Yes, we do.
And who approves of those particular policies, protocols, and procedures?
Our technical leader.
Now, could you explain the process used to analyze the evidence in this case?
Yeah, so the evidence in this case underwent that four-step process I just described, and which was extraction to quantitation to amplification, detection, and then interpretation of the profile that was generated.
Now, what are some of the controls, or what do you use when you're during the course of your test?
Yeah, so there are two types of controls, positive and negative controls. So a positive control is a sample with a known DNA profile that we use to show that each step in the process worked as expected. And a negative control is a sample that has no DNA in it and it only receives the reagents that we are using. And that is to show that there's no inherent contamination of the reagents that we use.
Let me ask you, sir, if you know, what are some of the ways to prevent sort of DNA transfer from yourself or from someone else working on the case or from other samples that you may be working on?
Yeah, so there are many ways. One way is to clean the workspace before we start working and after, just to make sure that it's constantly being cleaned. Another way is to wear lab PPE, so personal protective equipment like lab coats, face masks, and hairnets. And another one is to make sure that we only have one tube open at a time so that we don't have any cross-contamination between
Hey,
samples.
Cheryl,
Your work specifically, sir, does it undergo some
at
sort
the
of,
dentist with
review
your
process?
It does.
well, thanks for
Typically, working
stopping
cases
in.
that undergo that same sort of general review process pursuant to the policies and procedures you're speaking about.
Yes, it did.
Now, when a case comes into the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab, it's
Hope the
assigned
dentist
a
goes
specific case
good.
number, correct?
Correct.
And in this instance, I'm referring to a case number.
I always hated the
2-024.
dentist.
Familiar with that case?
I am.
And you did tested a number of different items within that case, correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as the items are concerned, similar to how
I had a
items,
bad
from a
experience
specific
when I was
investigation
little,
case are assigned a case
and
number.
it
Are
just
those
scarred me
different
for
items assigned
life.
different item numbers as well?
Yes, they are.
And if there is something that is taken, swabs, or cut, or something from a specific item, how is that labeled in relation to the item that it was taken from?
So basically, let's say we have a parent item that's number 2-1. And then if we take a cutting of that item, it would be called, if it's the first cutting, it would be called 2-1.1.
Now, in this case, sir, was a known standard process?
Yes, it was.
And can you explain to the jury sort of how that process occurs in regards to processing a known standard?
Yeah, so the lab processing is the same, where it undergoes the same four-step process. And a qualified analyst then looked at the DNA profile that was generated to make sure that it was a single source profile, meaning at each location that we looked at, there were only 1 or 2 peaks. And after that, it underwent the technical and administrative review process before it was closed out and ready for use for comparison.
Do you know whose known DNA standard was processed in this case?
Yes,
And who was it?
a known blood standard from John O'Keefe.
Now, as far as your involvement in this case, what was your involvement?
I performed the testing of the questioned items.
And did you have occasion to perform DNA analysis on certain items submitted to your lab in connection with this case?
Yes, I did.
And let me ask you about some specific items. Were you asked to perform some analysis on a item labeled 3-1.1?
Yes, I was.
And if you know, what was that a sample from?
Would I be able to refer to my notes? Thank you. So that was a sample from passenger side tail light.
And with respect to that, there was a sample that was, or DNA profile that was generated from that swab from the tail light, correct?
Correct.
And what, if anything, were the findings, or what kind of, what was the conclusion of the analysis of the profile from the swab taken from the tail light of the vehicle?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a 3-person mixture, including male DNA.
And to be more specific, when an item comes in, it's assigned an item number. There's also a description that's provided along sort of where the item came from.
Correct.
And so specifically, item 3-1.1.
He needs to floss. Thumbs are inflamed. Oh, she has braces and we don't want spots. Yeah.
And so from the analysis of the swab or profile.
Yeah, has she ever tried those little floss
anything that
sticks?
compared
Those
John
always seem to be
standard.
easier than actually
Correct.
trying to floss
to.
with
And with regard
pieces
to
of
that,
floss. My son
that
liked those
comparative
little
analysis
sticks
conducted
with
yourself.
the
Yes.
and what, if any, opinions or
tiny
conclusions
piece of
come
floss
from as
that
far
you
as
can
the
pull down
comparative
real
analysis of the
thick.
swab from the tail light from that vehicle and the profile.
When I got him those, he
The DNA profile from this item is at least 510 non-million times
Yeah,
more
no
likely if
problem.
it originated from John O'Keefe and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown, unrelated individuals. And this provides support for an inclusion.
And now, sir, with reference to that item, that comparative analysis, you said 510 non-million times. Is that correct?
Correct.
And non-million, just for clarification purposes, do you know how many zeros that is?
It's a 1 followed by 27 zeros.
And with regard to that item coming from, or the profile containing the comparative analysis consistent with the DNA profile of Mr. O'Keefe. There are also 2 unknown contributors. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, with regard to that, are you familiar with that item or the profile from that item being submitted along with some other samples to an outside vendor called Bodhi Technology?
Correct.
Now, with reference to another item contained within that, are you familiar with an item 3-6?
Yes.
And what is item 3-6?
That is the root end of hair from exterior passenger side rear panel.
Now, sir, as far as hair is concerned, describe for the jury a little bit about sort of DNA and how that works between. Well, let me ask you this. There's essentially, when it comes to a hair sample, there's typically going to be a root end and a shaft end, correct?
Correct.
And where from the DNA, as your lab is concerned, where is that? Where are you able to sort of test from, or where would you be looking to extract a sample from in order to perform testing?
Yeah, so our testing for hairs, the DNA will be coming from any tissue that might be attached to the root end of the hair.
And so you're looking for specifically sort of follicular tissue, is that correct?
Tissue attached to the hair, yes.
Now, as far as you're familiar with the terms sort of autosomal DNA versus mitochondrial DNA?
Yes, I am.
And can you explain for the jury briefly just sort of what your understanding is of each of those 2 terms and what, if any, differences there are between them?
Yeah, so autosomal DNA is present in the nucleus of the cell. That is, we inherited that from 1 copy from our dad, 1 copy from our mom. As mitochondrial DNA is present within the mitochondria, and that is inherited via the mother.
Now, your lab at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory, is the lab equipped, or does your lab do mitochondrial DNA testing?
We're not equipped to do mitochondrial testing.
And so when you say that the lab is not equipped to do the testing, what exactly does that mean?
So we don't have the instruments or the facilities to do that testing, and we don't get that testing requested very often. So it makes more sense to send it out to an approved vendor to do that testing.
And one of those approved vendors would be the Bodhi Technology Lab in Lorton, Virginia, that you were discussing previously.
Correct.
And as far as your understanding is that Bodhi Technology is equipped and does do mitochondrial DNA testing, correct?
Correct.
Now, with respect to your testing, you did some testing with regard to item 3-6 for the hair, is that correct?
Correct.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what that testing was and what, if any, opinions or conclusions you were able to draw from the testing that you were able to do in the lab?
Yeah, so that testing began the same way as the 4-step process. I extracted the hair and then went to quantitation. After quantitation, I determined that there was no human DNA detected. So then testing was halted at that step.
And so what, if anything, was the result of that testing that you conducted with regard to that?
That I had no human DNA was detected, so STR analysis was not performed.
Now, that phraseology there as far as no human DNA detected, what does that mean?
So quantitation is looking specifically for human DNA, and we couldn't detect that with our instruments. It's not speaking to the hair itself. It's just that we could not detect any human DNA.
That's not so much to say that there is no DNA on the hair, it's just that it's below the level of detection that you're qualified to report. Is that fair to say?
You're correct.
Now, with regard to the tail light sample, if I can step back to that for a second, the 510 non-alien times, what, if any, relationship does that have to sort of the overall world human population?
So the world population, I think, currently is about 8 billion, which is an 8 followed by 9 zeros, and 510 non-alien has 30 zeros in it. So it's larger.
Significantly more. Correct?
Significantly larger, yes.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to some other items that you tested in relation to this case. And just to be clear, sir, you conducted or issued about 6 different DNA reports in regard to the testing that you conducted in this case. Is that correct?
Correct.
So if I could direct your attention now to the 6th report of DNA testing report number 6. That involved an item called 3-3.1. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what is the description of that item?
Oh, I'm sorry. Got the wrong report. That is a sample from a parent glass on rear bumper.
With the same mass registration plate as the tail light, is that correct?
Correct.
And what, if any, conclusions or opinions were you able to draw from your analysis of testing on that particular item?
So at the quantitation step for this item, insufficient human DNA was detected, and STR analysis was not performed.
And again, just as far as that statement is concerned, can you explain a little bit to the jury what that means as far as what's your opinions or what you're seeing in regard to insufficient human DNA detected and STR analysis not performed?
Yes, so we do at the quantitation step, we do have a cutoff, a certain value where if we detect human DNA that's below this cutoff, we validated that it's not going to, most likely not going to provide a profile that can be used. So we halt testing at that step.
Now, sir, if I could direct your attention to the 5th report that you issued in this case, DNA testing report number 5. And
Yeah,
the
the dollar store
totality of
has
the
a bag,
items,
a
that
big
you
bag of
utilized in this
those.
particular case.
It does.
Now, sir, if I could direct your attention to an item labeled as number 3-2.1.1. And what is the description for that particular item, sir?
That is a sample from exterior of broken drinking glass.
And with reference, were you able to generate a DNA profile from the swab of sampling from that item?
Yes.
And what, if any, comparison were you able to do in regard to the DNA profile of Mr. O'Keefe?
Yeah, so the sample was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors, and the DNA profile for this item is at least 530 non-alien times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown unrelated individuals, and this provides support for an inclusion.
And so the sample from the exterior of the broken drinking glass is at least 530 non-alien times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
Now, if I could turn your attention to item 7-1.2.1. And what is the description associated with that item?
That is a sample from stain A on upper right leg of jeans.
And were you able to generate a DNA profile from the sample from was labeled as stain A on the upper right leg of Mr. O'Keefe's jeans?
I was.
And what, if any, comparison were you able to do with relation to that profile from that sample to Mr. O'Keefe's DNA profile?
Yeah, so the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors, including male DNA. Contributor 1 was suitable for comparison, and due to limited information, contributors 2 and 3 were not suitable for comparisons. And the DNA profile from this item is at least 579 million times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown individuals. And this provides support for an inclusion.
And so when you say, as far as due to limited information, contributors 2 and 3 are not suitable for comparison, what does that mean?
So that just means that those contributors are very low and that any comparisons that would be done to them cannot be reliable based on our protocols and validations.
And so from your comparative analysis, you came to the opinion or conclusion that the sample from the upper right leg of Mr. O'Keefe's genes was 579 million times more likely than it originated from Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Could you rephrase that?
With respect to your comparative analysis of the profile from the sample from stain A on the upper right leg of Mr. O'Keefe's genes, your opinion is that it was at least 579 million times more likely that it originated from John O'Keefe, correct?
From then,
What was your conclusion as it came to item 7-1.2.0?
so the DNA profile from this item is at least 579 million times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown, unrelated individuals, and this provides support for an inclusion.
Sure. Let me break from this for a second, and I just want to ask you a little bit about.
He has a water
Familiar with that
flosser.
term?
Yes.
Wow, I've heard those are amazing.
So transfer DNA just means DNA that sort of transfers based on just some activity that can happen. Like if somebody touches a water bottle, they might transfer some DNA onto that water bottle.
Now, from the fact
If
that
I had
you
had a
found
water
something on
flosser
an item
growing
that
up,
matches
I
the
would
profile
have
of an
used that
individual,
thing all the
anything
time.
from that you can opine or conclude as to how that DNA was deposited or when?
No, I cannot.
Now, with reference to factors that may cause a degradation of a DNA sample or a touch DNA sample that's left, what, if any, are some of the factors that may affect that as far as causing degradation of the sample, or you're causing an inability for you to be able to generate a DNA profile from that?
Some factors include being exposed to heat for a prolonged time and ultraviolet rays from the sun, as well as just time. It might eventually lead to some degradation.
Now, as far as items that are outside, you indicated that being hot or warm temperatures might have some effect on it. What, if any, impact with cold temperatures?
So we store our DNA extracts in a cold room. So cold temperatures could be very good to help preserve any DNA that's on there.
Now, if I could turn your attention back to your report number 5 and ask you with reference to item 7-1.3.1. And can you, what is the description for that item, sir?
That is a sample from stain B on upper right leg of genes.
And again, those would be the genes of Mr. O'Keefe, is that right?
Correct.
And you were able to generate a DNA profile from that sample as well?
Correct.
And what, if any, comparison were you able to do between profile from that DNA on the upper right leg of Mr. O'Keefe's genes and Mr. O'Keefe's DNA?
Yeah, so the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors, including male DNA. And the DNA profile from this item is at least 669 million times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown, unrelated individuals.
That's
And this
okay.
provides support for
I
an
already
inclusion.
disclosed. I'm
Next, I'd like to
working
turn
on
your
getting
attention
on my
to item
implant. So
7-1.4.1. And what is that?
trust
sample?
me when I
What is that
say,
item
but
sample?
that's,
That is a sample from stain C on upper right leg of
I've
genes.
had issues, unfortunately, my
And
whole
those
life
genes would be
because
Mr.
of
O'Keefe's
whatever
genes.
I got going on
And then
internally.
generate a DNA
My
profile from that sample.
Yes.
And when
health
conclusions
issues
or opinions,
ran
from
into
comparative
the
analysis
teeth
of DNA
issues,
profile from that
so
sample, from the
I could
upper right leg of
brush
Mr.
my
O'Keefe's
teeth
and Mr. O'Keefe's DNA profile.
So the DNA profile is a mixture of at least 2
several times a
contributors,
day.
including male DNA.
Still end up with
Contributor
issues.
1 is suitable for
And
comparison,
then
and due
even
to
when I
limited
didn't have
information,
cavity
contributor 2 is not suitable for comparison.
I couldn't take it
The DNA
anymore.
profile was interpreted as a mixture of 2 contributors, and the DNA profile of this item is at
Who is
least
this guy?
839
He
million
is,
times more likely if it originated from John
um,
O'Keefe and an unknown individual than if it originated from
Andre
2 unknown,
something.
unrelated
Hold on.
individuals,
Andre
and this provides support for an
Porto
inclusion.
from the
Now, sir, if I could turn your
Massachusetts
attention
State
to item
Police
7-1.5.1.
Crime Lab
What's the-
DNA
where do you
unit.
have?
That is sample from stain D on upper right leg of genes.
And again,
He's only, he's almost
Yes.
done.
And what, if anything,
Here's
were
a
you finding
short
in relation to,
testimony.
comparative analysis between that and that DNA profile from that sample and the DNA profile of Mr. O'Keefe?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors, including male DNA, and the DNA profile from this item is at least 679 million times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown, unrelated individuals, and this provides support for an inclusion.
And sir, if I could turn your attention to item 7-1.6.1. And what is the description for that item?
That is sample from stain E on upper right leg of genes.
And were you able to also generate a DNA profile from that sample?
Yes.
And did you then conduct a comparative analysis between the DNA profile from that sample and the DNA profile from Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
And what, if any, conclusions or opinions or findings did you have in regards to that comparative analysis?
Yeah, so the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 2 contributors, including male DNA. Contributor 1 is suitable for comparison, and due to limited information, contributor 2 is not suitable for comparison. The DNA profile from this item is at least 1 decillion times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and an unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unknown, unrelated individuals, and this provides support for an inclusion.
Now, as far as that decillion,
Yeah,
again,
all
decillion to
these
non-alien, how many zeros?
DNA experts
That's a 1
are
followed by 33 zeros.
forgettable only because like
If
that's
I could turn your attention to
no
item
good
7.1,
information.
7.1.
If they had
Remember that item, sir?
tested the
Yes.
DNA
What is the
on
description of that
John's
item?
That is
shoes
sample from
and
unstained areas
pants,
of exterior
that
of
would have
genes.
been a different
Were you able to
story.
generate a DNA profile from that sample?
Yes.
And similarly, were you able to then do a comparative analysis between the DNA profile from that sample and the DNA profile of Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
And what, if anything, were your findings in regard to that comparative analysis?
Yep, the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 4 contributors, including male DNA. The DNA profile from this item is at least 553 septillion times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and 3 unknown individuals than if it originated from 4
really
unknown
leaving now?
unrelated individuals. This provides support for an inclusion.
Okay,
Similarly,
Raylan.
sir, with regard to that number septillion, how
Hop
many
in
zeros?
if you can.
That
We
is a
get
1
back.
followed by 24 zeros.
I'm going to ask some questions
How
about
many
a number
to
of different
say for
items
sure it's a
from
certain person?
7-17. These are sample statements.
Well,
from,
considering there's
orange
only
t-shirts,
what,
as
8
well as
billion
a
people,
gray
almost
long
8
t-shirt,
billion,
is that
or
correct?
just over 8 billion people on the
Correct.
planet.
And if you could,
If it's got more
essentially
than,
you did
you
testing
know,
on those items as well as some
9
fingernail
zeros.
clippings along with Mr. O'Keefe,
Correct.
or samples from the fingernail clippings.
Yes.
I think you're good.
Now, with regard to those items, swabbing taken from the same various areas of the orange t-shirt, and just in general, where were those areas on the t-shirts, the orange t-shirt to start with, that the swabbings were taken from?
The top front left of orange shirt and front bottom right of the shirt as well, and just the back left shoulder of the orange shirt.
Now, with regard to the gray long sleeve shirt, where were the areas on the shirt where those swabbings were taken?
The right sleeve, the center front, the back left, the back right, and the back bottom of right.
And were you able to generate DNA profiles from each of those items?
I was.
And were you then able to do a comparative analysis between the DNA profile from each of those items with relation to the DNA profile from Mr. O'Keefe?
I was.
And what, if any, conclusions were you able to draw from that comparative analysis?
So the male DNA profile was interpreted as originating from a single contributor, and the DNA profile from these items is at least 490 octillion times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual. This provides support for an inclusion.
As far as that number is concerned, octillion, how many zeros is in an octillion?
That's a 1 followed by 27 zeros.
And with regard to each of those items.
Well, Cheryl, yeah, it would. I mean, even though they're with him, their DNA should be on his pants or shoes.
490 followed by 27 zeros.
Just from being at the bar with him.
Correct.
If you found all 5 of their
Attention to
DNA or
item
5
17-18,
people, their DNA on his pants and
Yes.
or
What is
shoes.
the description associated with that item?
A
Sorry,
sample from stain C on top
that
front
would
gray
be
long
something they
sleeve shirt.
couldn't explain.
And were you able to generate a DNA profile with respect to that?
Yes.
And were you able to then do a comparative analysis between that DNA profile from that item and the DNA profile of Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, I was.
And what, if any, conclusions did you come to with regard to that?
The male DNA profile was interpreted as originating from a single contributor.
Fluid
The DNA
DNA would
profile
be
from this
much
item is at
more
least 58
relevant
octillion times more
than
likely
touch
if it originated from John O'Keefe than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual. This provides support for an inclusion.
And with regard to that, same from the gray long sleeve t-shirt, again, that was determined by you through your testing to be DNA from a single contributor matched John O'Keefe, correct?
It was determined to be from a single contributor, yes.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to item 7-18.14.1, are you familiar with that item?
Yes.
And what is the description associated with that item, sir?
Sample from stain L on back bottom right of gray long sleeve shirt.
And were you able to generate a DNA profile from that sample from that item as well?
Yes, I was.
Were you able to then do a comparative analysis between the profile from that sample versus the profile from Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, I was.
And what, if anything, were your findings in relation?
So the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 2 contributors, including male DNA. The DNA profile from this item is at least 1 decillion times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and an unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides support for an inclusion.
And sir, I'm going to ask you, or draw your attention to item 7-18.17.1. Familiar with that item?
Yes.
And what is the description associated with the sample from that item?
Sample from unstained areas of exterior of gray long sleeve shirt.
And were you able to also generate a DNA profile from that sample?
Yes.
And what, if any, were you able to then do a comparative analysis between sample profile from that sample and the profile from Mr. O'Keefe?
I was.
And what, if any, conclusions did you come to with reference to that comparative analysis?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 2 contributors, including male DNA. Contributor 1 is suitable for comparison, and due to limited information, contributor 2 is not suitable for comparison. The DNA profile from this item is at least 969 million times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and an unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides support for an inclusion.
So
I
there
don't
are
know about
some
the
other items
underwear.
from which
It's
you
undies.
conducted testing, but were not able to generate a profile from, correct?
Correct.
And specifically, I'm going to ask about item 7-3.1.
Right?
That's a sample from the right instep of Mr. O'Keefe's sneaker, is that correct?
Could you repeat that number again, please?
Sir, if I could direct your attention within your DNA report number 5, I'm talking about item number 9.
Yep.
And so, sir, with reference to that, what, if any, there's an indication as far as the mixture not being suitable for comparison due to the quality of the profile, correct?
Correct. It was a mixture of at least 5 contributors.
And so from that, as far as not suitable for comparison, can you explain to the jury what that means?
Yeah, so during our validations, we've only validated mixtures up to 4 contributors because we determined that once you get more than 4, like at least 5 contributors into a mixture, it becomes too complex to be able to make any reliable comparisons to that mixture.
So, sir, if I could direct you to item number 11 or item number 7-18.3.1 within your report.
Right. Yep.
And that's stained from the gray long sleeve t-shirt top front, is that correct?
Yes.
Now that is indicated as not suitable for comparison due to the quality of the profile, correct?
Correct.
And can you explain to the jury what that means as far as not being suitable due to the quality of the profile?
Yeah, so during our bring it back to our third step of amplification, where we're making millions of copies of specific locations. Sometimes there might not be a lot of DNA there, and that amplification step might not amplify all the information that could be present, and the profile that's generated won't have all the information to be able to reliably make a comparison. So the information that we are able to look at is very limited, so we just do not do any comparisons because they would not be reliable.
And with that, saying as far as not suitable for comparison due to the quality of the profile, was that the same for two other areas that you tested in regard to the front or sample from the front of the gray long sleeve shirt and a sample from the back left sleeve of the gray long sleeve shirt?
Yes.
So let me ask you just briefly, you're familiar with the term called
Yeah,
SPR mix?
exactly. That,
Yes.
I never even
Explain
thought
to
about
us
that
what
until
is and
someone
how that's
mentioned it
involved or how it's implicated within the
in my
Yeah, so
chat.
StarMix is a tool that we use to basically break down complex mixtures into its individual contributors and into like a way that would best describe that mixture. And once it does that, it'll then do comparisons and calculate a likelihood ratio, which is a statistical weight to that comparison.
And how does that relate to the testing that you did in this?
I use StarMix on all the samples that had comparisons on to them.
Thanks, sir. Thanks, sir. I have no further questions. No.
Ms. Little? No questions, thank you. All right, Mr. Porter, you are all set.
Thank you.
Could I see council regarding scheduling, please?
All right, so Jessica Hyde is next. This should be interesting to watch this testimony.
EE.
And what do you do for work, ma'am?
I'm a digital forensics examiner. I own a digital forensics firm that does training, services, and research.
And the digital forensics firm that you own, what's it called?
Hexordia,
Oh, I didn't know her
H-E-X-O-R-D-I-A.
testimony was
And
via
how long have you had your
Zoom.
own firm?
3 years.
Wow.
Now, Ms. Hyde, if I could
First trial.
ask you to talk a little bit about your educational background and your work history. Starting with undergraduate, where did you go and what, if any, degrees did you receive?
My undergraduate degree is a Bachelor of Science in Electronics Engineering Technologies. I was on active duty in the Marine Corps at the time, so I went to several schools. My final graduation was from EC.
I'm going to ask you to slow down your speech a little bit, if you can.
Absolutely.
Yeah, let
So my
me
final
slow her
graduation was
down.
from
Hold
ECPI
on.
College of Technology. However, I
Because she already talks fast. Holy moly.
attended several universities because I was on active duty at the time.
And following your undergraduate, where did you go from there?
From there, I went and completed my tour
Okay,
on active
girl.
duty. I went into work in the field and eventually then did my master's
Have a great
in
day,
computer
hon.
forensics from George Mason University.
Yeah.
What about was it
she was-
that you received your master's in computer forensics from George Mason?
I received my master's, I believe, 2014.
The second trial, she was.
And as far as you mentioned that you had started working a little bit post-military, but before going to grad school, is that right?
Correct. I started working in digital forensics in 2010.
You're fine.
And where did you begin when you started working in 2010?
I was a contractor for a company called American Systems, working at the Terrorist Explosive Device Analytical Center called TDAC.
And following sort of going forward to when you received your graduate degree, if you could speak a little bit about your work history since then.
Sure. So I continued to work at TDAC while I had completed my degree. That was doing digital forensic analysis on phones that were connected to improvised explosive devices. So most of the phones I received was post-blast, and I would recover data from that and analyze that. From there, once I had completed my degree, I went and worked in the regular private sector. I worked for Ernst & Young, now called EY. There I was one of their mobile forensics experts, working a variety of cases, everything from insider threat and insider trading. Then I really missed doing more public service work. So I left to go to the National Media Exploitation Center, which is I worked there as a contractor under a company called Basis Technology. That organization supports 22 government agencies in the intelligence community, supporting the things that are either the highest priority or the things that other organizations can't support. So we were the center of excellence for the U.S. government in mobile exploitation, and I ran that team there.
Yeah. And then
From there, I can go from there. From there, I went and became the director of forensics for Magnet Forensics, which is a company that develops tools for digital forensics. So there I was in a position where I did a large amount of research into new artifacts, unsupported access to devices, et cetera. I was there for 5 years before starting my own firm.
and then what did you, no.
Hey,
Let me
Joy.
start again. As far as
You
what,
was
if
a
any,
Marine?
teaching
I
experience.
totally forgot about
That is an excellent question. I've actually been an adjunct professor at George Mason University since 2016. I've taught 20 terms in their graduate program. I teach the mobile forensic analysis course in their digital forensics master's program.
In addition to
Where's my
your work
Star
and
Wars
teaching and all your training, are there any professional organizations related to your field that you're a member of?
Actually, several. I am a member of the Organizational Scientific Area Committee on Digital Evidence, which is a part of NIST, the National Institute of Science Technology. I am a member of the Scientific Working Group on Digital Evidence, also called SWIGDE. I am the chair of a project called DFIR Review that does peer review of.
Wasn't her wearing that on her head something to do with her religion or something? Like, even though she's, I don't know, I don't remember what they said specifically, but it's something to do with, she wore that around her head for a reason. Hey, Fresh Brown Eyes. Thanks for stopping in. So happy to see everybody. This testimony should be definitely, okay, Orthodox Jewish. That's it. Thank you. I couldn't remember what it was.
Of academic work that's done by practitioners in the form of blogs. I've been chairing that project since 2018, or when it started, with our first publications in 2019. I am the first VP at the International Executive Committee level of the High Tech Crime Investigation Association, also called HTCIA, which I've been a member of since 2012. And I've been elected, I'll ascend to president next September. I am also, I do a lot of volunteer work. I also am an associate member of the American Academy of Forensic Sciences, AAFS, and I just recently finished my term as an associate editor for Forensic Science International Digital Investigations, which is a peer-reviewed journal in the academic space of digital forensics. And I'm still a reviewer, but I stepped down from my duties as an associate editor.
Bringing me to my next question, what, if any, sort of articles or publications have you published in relation?
Great question. I've published a paper on the standardization of data recovery. I worked on that with Dr. Owen Casey and Dr. Nelson. That
one, the clip specifically of her talking about pizza, waffles, chicken, eggs and bacon. I mean, I don't know. I don't remember which specifically is trial 1 or could have been clips from trial 2. You know, I don't remember, but I just know, I know she talks about food somehow, comparing food to digital forensics somehow.
Was published in Forensic Science International Digital Investigations Journal. I also was the second author on a paper related to the use of AI in digital forensics, artificial intelligence, and I've published numerous articles, blogs, white papers. I probably have published about 20 of those, but just speaking to the peer review work, there's 2.
When you say peer review, can you explain to the jury a little bit about what?
Yeah, because what I remember, she's got the white headscarf on, from what I remember. Her testimony. So I think that's trial 2, because that's what I think she had on. So she was cuckoo. Food. Yeah, it makes 0 sense. Yeah, exactly.
Absolutely. So a peer-reviewed work is when you have a novel piece of research that you then submit that novel, never been presented work to a journal. It then gets reviewed by numerous academic peers. It goes through cycles of revision where they ask more questions. On the standardization of file recovery paper, that process took about 14 months for it to be peer reviewed by experts in the field, and then it is published in a journal.
So you've had both articles that you've authored that have been peer reviewed and published, as well as you've performed the role of reviewer of other people's work.
Correct. I performed in addition to the publications I've done, I reviewed at least 20 to 30 articles, both in a combination of support for Forensic Science International Digital Investigations Journal and DFIR Review.
Now, Ms. Hyde, if you could explain to the jury, when you say the term as far as digital forensics, what do you understand that term to mean with relation to what you do?
I would describe digital forensics as the analysis of data from any storage medium that can control data, be that a mobile phone, computer, or cloud, for the intention of that data intentionally being used for court.
And with reference to your firm, Exordia, where is that located? What state?
We are headquartered in New York State, in Bridgeport, New York, which is outside of Syracuse. We also have an office location in the DC metro area in Tyson's Corner, but we have employees in 6 states.
And with respect to your duties and responsibilities in regards to your firm, what is it that you do?
Great question. So I do perform digital forensic analysis on cases. I currently work on 2 U.S. government contracts supporting 1 digital forensic analysis and 2 novel research and exploitation of mobile devices. So I'm named personnel on 2 contracts, and then I manage another 3. I also develop training for mobile forensics. My courses have been taken by people all over the country, and Exordia also delivers that training. I also do research and presentations for journals, conferences, etc. So,
hey guys, does anyone know? Fresh Brown Eyes asks, is this what the day the cameras caught a view of a juror or something, and so they shut down the cameras? I don't know. Like I said, I haven't seen this trial, so I honestly have no clue. I didn't even know that happened. If I was on the jury, I would think my head would be rolling around like a newborn baby. Oh, James. That's why we get this horrible angle of her testifying. Oh, I gotcha. Crazy. I was wondering how and why she drew the short straw to get the splattering angle. I know, right? It's like we can see right up her nose, okay? Like, why is it like this? Now I get it.
Of casework, education, and research.
Now, Ms. Hyde, if I could turn your attention
That
to
shouldn't have
May
a
of
patent
2023. At some point during that month, were you contacted by the Norfolk District Attorney's Office in relation to this case?
Yes, on May 4th, I was contacted by Detective Tully via our website about this case.
And eventually, was there a contract that was executed and you agreed to do some work in relation to one specific area of this case?
Yes, contract was executed on May 9th and work began on May 10th of 2023.
And as far as the specific information in relation to this case, what was it that you looked at? I'm sorry. Let me start by saying, what was it that you were asked to look at?
I was asked to look at 2 specific Google search terms that took place on January 29th.
And with regard to the information that was provided, and we'll get to that in a moment, but with respect to the question that was asked, was it a question that was posed, or were you asked to find some sort of specific response?
I was asked to look at the timelines and timestamps related to those Google searches.
Now, with regard to what, if anything, was then provided to you, or what, if anything, did you review in the course of your analysis?
I received 2 reports. I received the affidavit from Richard Green, and I received the report from Trooper, I don't want to butcher his name, but something along the lines of Nicholas Garino.
Perfect.
Oh, good.
Is it your understanding that Mr. Green was a person that was retained by the defense in this case?
Yes, I was aware of that.
So
So you essentially received reports from the state police and a witness for the defense, correct?
That is correct.
In addition to those 2 reports, what, if anything else, did you receive in relation to your analysis?
On May 10th, I received via U.S. Postal Mail a copy of the drive with data from a phone that was identified to me as belonging to Jennifer McCabe. It was a full file system extraction from a gray key.
And so when you received that information, what, if anything, did you do with it?
The first thing I did with that data set after having been retained was I made a forensic copy. I used an ArcPoint Atrio to copy the data from that original disk, which was then placed in our safe, to a working copy drive.
And that ArcPoint Atrio, what is that?
It's a forensics tool that does extraction and duplication.
I didn't understand your.
And then once that process was completed, what did you do?
James asked.
I immediately verified the hash value of my new image to make sure that it matched the hash value of the original image.
And what is the hash value?
A hash value is an algorithmic numerical representation of the data. So when you have a hash value, that value is unique to a certain set of data. So when you have that same hash value matching, you're ensuring that your copy that you made was correct and not in any way damaged or corrupt.
And as far as matching those hash values, were you able to do so?
Yes, the hash values of both the copy I made to work from and the original match. They also match the document that came along with the drive stating the original hash value.
And then what did you do from there?
From there, I processed the image in several forensics tools. I used Celebrite Physical Analyzer. I used Magnet Axiom. I used a tool called ARTX, A-R-T-E-X. I utilized a tool called iLeap, and I later used a tool called Sanderson Forensics SQLite, but I did not use that tool at this point.
Now, with reference to the tools that you used, that you just went through,
Thanks for looking that up, Fresh Brown Eyes. Because I have good recall. Looked it up. Yeah, poll cameras caught a view of a juror during a sidebar. That juror was excused. Wow. Yeah, that's what I didn't know that either, Moni. Like, what? I just figured I wasn't hip on it. But apparently I'm not the only one who didn't know, so I don't feel so bad. I've seen some pretty ghetto ice cream trucks on a marine base. I had sat next to secure server and watching us radar working on computers. Wow.
Are those fairly common tools, or are those tools that are commonly used within your industry?
Yes, they are commonly used digital forensics tools that are very standard for other forensics examiners to use on mobile exploitation.
And as far as those different types of tools, So I guess my question is, there were a variety of different tools that you use,
Correct.
and why were you using the different tools?
So different forensics tools have different capabilities and look at data a little bit differently. Phones have thousands of applications. If you look at the Apple Store or the Google Play Store, you can download a total of 6 million apps between the two. Commercial forensics tools, they can only support so many applications, so they each work and support different bits of data. So it's important to use multiple tools so you can see the results from different data sets and be able to compare those results and enhance those with manual analysis.
And with respect to using those sort of different variety of tools from Celebrite to Axiom to Ardex, et cetera, is that something that you typically do as far as your normal process of conducting an forensic analysis?
Yeah, that's very, very typical for me to process with multiple tools to ensure that I'm getting the most complete interpretations from forensics tools. Of course, you go beyond that with your analysis, but it's absolutely pertinent to do that. I would run some of those tools before others because of speed, and so I can begin analysis while other tools are running.
If I could ask you just about the last one that you mentioned just briefly, as far as the Sanderson tool.
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury sort of what that is and how that interplays with the other tools and analysis?
The Sanderson tool is meant to look at a specific type of data structure called a SQLite database. SQLite databases are very nuanced, and this particular tool allows you to take that database and explore it at a deeper level than the other forensics tools allow.
And just for the record, when you use that term as far as a SQLite database, how is that spelled?
It is capital SQL, lowercase ITE, and SQLite is also commonly pronounced as SQLite, so both pronunciations are acceptable.
Now, once you received the extraction, made the copy, and then ran it through of those variety of tools, what is it that you specifically were looking at, and what is it that you were trying to ascertain, or the question that you were trying to answer?
So in looking at that analysis, I was focused specifically on the data that took place on January 29th. So the first thing I did was I limited my search within those tools to that period, and I looked at the artifacts that they were parsing pertaining to Safari history, as Safari was the browser that had been used at that time.
Now, in addition to looking at those search, what, if any, information were you looking at in relation to deletion?
I'm sorry, I could not hear you.
In addition to looking at those materials as far as those searches were concerned, what, if anything else, were you looking at regarding that data with respect to deletion?
I didn't hear the last word. With respect to?
Deletion?
Deletion. I apologize. Thank you. Yeah, so one of the things that was asked, one of the things that was actually in the affidavit from Richard Green was that it was stated that there was belief that one of the search terms had been deleted. So I was specifically looking at that search term to see if what the reason was for the suspicion of deletion. There is the tools denote things based on how they are running as an automatic process. The tools are designed to parse through large amounts of data to make it easier. So the tools will often flag certain data as recovered, and sometimes there is confusion between what recovery and deletion means. That actually was the subject of the paper I referenced earlier that I co-authored. And the tools are sometimes misinterpreted that that statement of recovery means deletion. So I was exploring that.
Now, you mentioned specifically there were two searches of interest that you were exploring. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And what were those two searches, and what, if any, information did you have in relation to those?
I had the information from the two reports that had been written in terms of what they found. And the two search terms, one was HOS, H-O-S, long tit, to die in cold, and the other one was how long T-I, die in C-L-K-D.
And what, if any, information from your starting that you could sort of walk the jury through as far as your analysis, what you first observed, and what your analysis consisted of as it evolved?
Absolutely. So when I first looked at it, some of the tools surfaced the data from a specific storage called the, I'll just make sure I get the entire path for you, com.apple.mobile Safari plist. It is very common in mobile devices for it to look like a reverse domain name. Like you normally would go to a site like CNN.com. Typically, those names are like the opposite. So com.apple is going to be representative of a native Apple application. So this particular plist was related to that. A plist is, or called a property list, is a data structure that's unique to Apple devices. And there is data pertaining to Google search, not just Google searches, search history that's stored there. There's also, I found evidence of the search terms in Knowledge CDB. The Knowledge C database is an Apple database that is meant to store information about users so it can determine future functionality, what you're looking for, etc. So that's the knowledge CDB. It's more of a system level artifact. And then there was also, and these were the observed search terms, and most of the tools picked up both of those search terms in there. Not all tools did pick up the one that was from the wall, which was the instance of Haslong to die in cold. That's how I'm pronouncing the HOS. If you would like me to clarify it a different way, that's fine. That particular search term was recovered from a SQLite database, the one I later explored, and Celebrite specifically demonstrated and showed that particular search term as a suspended state tab. And that's a really intricate artifact whenever we're ready to explore that. That is the one that was marked as recovered. So those were my initial findings, just looking at what the automated tools parsed. However, Celebrite was the tool that found that particular search term.
Cool. Now, you used a term in there as far as a wall or a write-ahead log file. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Can you please explain to the jury what your understanding of that term is based on your training experience?
Absolutely. This is a really interesting data structure, the way it works. So the way SQLite databases work is the data before being committed to the database, which is almost like an Excel spreadsheet if you think about that. Each table is like a page on an Excel spreadsheet. The data before going there goes kind of to almost like a text file, like if you were to have a doc of writing all the changes that need to happen to that Excel spreadsheet. And they're not made to that spreadsheet until it closes. So what happens is as you're doing things, either adding a website by searching for it, or closing a tab or deleting a text message in a SQLite database in general, both things you add are written to that text document or things you delete. So they all hang out there together. So it's any changes that are going to be made since you started using that application until it's closed,
no.
then they change there.
Hold on, Joy. Your comments are being removed. You know, it's weird you said that because I see this one. It's still there. But this happened to someone in whose chat was it? It happened to someone else in someone's chat yesterday. Damn, who was it? They were saying the same thing, and it wasn't. I can see it. Now I only see the two comments. The one where he said hi. This woman was a whack, and this one. But if you put any else, I didn't see any. But you are not blocked. We see you. So YouTube YouTube has some serious, like, crazy issues lately with the chat. A couple weeks ago, it was coming up in a foreign language, and then comments are being deleted. I have no clue what the issue is. But Joy, you didn't ever do anything wrong. You are amazing. Everybody in my chat is amazing. Nobody has been blocked yet in my chat. So, yeah, you are good, sweetie. You made several others after that. Yeah, YouTube is wacky. As wacky as this lady. Maybe even wackier. Someone was saying it in Melanie Little's chat. Yeah, it's weird. I wish YouTube would work out the kinks. Yeah, I don't know what the problem is lately. It seems they have a lot of issues lately. It's crazy. Oh, you saw it? See, I didn't watch Melanie Little yesterday, so I know it was someone. I remember whose it is. I just got introduced to another. Apparently it's called crime drama, like drama within the true crime community. It's funny because we have our own crama with the fucktard car crew, but this one is totally different. And one of the focus, if any of you watch Will the Glare, has talked about Bullhorn Betty. I didn't really know who she was, and this woman, or this lady I follow now, I just started watching some of her videos, is covering a lot about her. And you want to talk about a whack job. Holy shit. That's whose chat I was in last night and saw that same issue. Yeah, James sees you. I've seen all message, just have to watch your words in Michigan chat. And oh, in my chat, don't say other word, just say corn. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. If you put it automatically deletes certain words and certain things. Like we just learned it automatically deletes if you put a phone number in there. It won't show it. Like, yeah. And I have like the most lax settings on my chat too. So just, use a different put a couple funky letters in front of the word or change it. Baker has some great alternative words for those, like corn and stabulated, things like that. We'll understand you. Joy, I always get paranoid. That's why I'm always happy when someone says hello back to me. Yeah, I have because when I say hi to people and they don't say hi back, I especially not at first, but if I say hi to like 3 or 4 people and not one of them says, that's when I start to freak out. Not freak out, but you know what I mean. I get a little like, okay, can you see me? Am I blocked? And that's actually why I don't chat a lot in the chats that speed by, like Aiden's chat. I barely post anything anymore because it just goes by so fast that people don't even see it. So it's like, whatever. I saw Bullhorn Betty before. She's nutty. Yeah, she is a kook. I didn't know anything about her until I started watching this woman. She's called her name's not on YouTube is Nonsense. And oh my God, whenever Will mentioned Bullhorn Betty, I never knew who he was talking about. I had never seen the history of her or, why she was crazy. I just heard Will talk about her being crazy. Now I'm learning quite a bit about that. She is a full-on nut. Melanie Little ML, yeah. Never heard of Bullhorn Betty. We'll have to research. Fresh Brown Eyes, go to here. I'll give you Nonsenses. I'm gonna show you her channel. I forgot what her channel is just Nonsense, but let me look up her handle. She goes over it. She's really funny. I like her. And she's going over like she's got some newer people onto her channel too. And so like last night she was going over a history of Bullhorn Betty. So I learned quite a bit. So it's this one right here. Nonsense. She is Nonsense on the web is her handle. See, she's got local moos and blues. The Monday moos featuring Bullhorn or Blowhard Betty, as she calls it. So she's got really good videos and her lives. I mean, it's really interesting some of the stuff she goes over, and her chat is fun. She goes over Lauren Matthias too, kind of like Aiden did, but Aiden was. I mean, no one will beat Aiden on going over Lauren Matthias, putting on those eyebrows. It was freaking hilarious. I saw her on the Glare a long time ago. Yeah, she's not like I said, I've heard Will talk about her, but I never knew who she was until now. Yeah, right. And then they say, "Oh yeah, we see you. Like you're not blocked." You feel it? Yeah, exactly. It's like, well, then why did nobody say hi back to me? I was in channel for 3 days. In my chat, I got the chair. Oh, in Melanie Little's chat. Sorry, I would look at it. That L looks like an I. Sorry, my bad. I told you, I gotta get new glasses. All content creator need to know this. Why YouTube is trying to reduce long channels. You will see a bunch of shorts. Yeah, I saw somebody posted that. Oh, Annie Elise and Will reposted it. I saw that. So that's what else I was working on this morning is trying to clip some of my lives into shorts so I can also attract more people to my channel maybe. It's just the program, that's the problem. It's like I think YouTube got like in bed with these companies that they charge you that's another monthly fee to break down your longs into shorts. It's ridiculous because the free programs in CapCut and what's the other one I was trying to use was something, I don't remember. They only let you do 3 hours a month. And just one of my videos is longer than 3 hours. And to go through it, I have to pay their minimum monthly only gets you up to like 10 hours a month. So I'd have to max it out. And it's like $35, another $35 a month. So it's insane. And that's what I think. These people, YouTube got in bed with these people and was like, oh, you want to make money? Let's make it so the people that stream lives and longer videos have to pay you to break their videos down. So ridiculous. Scott, you got the chair? Were you zapped? Now a red circle around picture, and on left hand side you will see red dot next to name when live. Channel now, yeah. Red circle around picture, and on left hand side you will see red dot. Yes. For your subscriptions, I have noticed that. It does help. I like the red dot so I can see who's live at the moment. I do like that part of it. The eyebrows, yeah. Aiden and his eyebrows, those are freaking hilarious. The first time he did that, oh my God, I was really worried for him having to try and scrub off that Sharpie. But apparently he didn't have any issues with it because he kept doing it. Yeah, the short thing is ridiculous. Like most people they're trying to like attract TikTokers, I think, because TikTok made its thing on short videos. And so now YouTube is trying to take or get people that stream and do their shorts on YouTube over to YouTube. And so now they're promoting basically nothing but shorts. Like when you used to sign in to YouTube, your first page would have maybe a couple shorts at the top and then a bunch of recommended longer videos. Now, your first page when you sign in is like a whole shitload of shorts, maybe a couple longs, and then a whole shitload more of shorts. It's ridiculous. I don't like the shorts either. Like, it just drives me nuts. All right, let's get back into Jessica Hyde. Look at her face. She's a kook.
And then it reopens. So to make an analogy, if you're in a restaurant and you order some food, the food being the data, and you at the table being the table that the data is going to, when you request that data and you say, I'm adding it, it goes to the area where the waiter or waitress or server is going to grab it from, right? That warming station.
Oh,
that is almost like our write-ahead log. And so different tables are ordering food, and food is constantly being put there. If somebody, maybe their steak came out rare and it needs to be cooked more, When they send it back, it'll also go to that warming area. So you can see there that you've got things waiting to go out to the tables and things being sent back to the kitchen. So simultaneously, that storage area contains both the newest stuff waiting to go out and the stuff coming back. And that's really what a wall file winds up containing: your newest Google searches, your newest text messages, etc., as well as anything that you've been deleted, that you've said was deleted, because the reference in there is going to be delete this entry. And so then all of those don't happen until the application is closed and reopened. If the application's been closed, when we do the extraction, we actually don't get the wall file. We only get the wall file if at the time of extraction, that database had not been closed. So that just means that Safari in this instance was still running when the extraction was done. Most of you, when you use your phones, you leave the applications up. So because of that, we have a wall file. And so that wall file is going to contain both data that's been requested to be deleted and new data. Now, when I say deleted in this instance, I don't mean like you as a user saying delete this old text message. What I mean when I say deleted in this instance is removed from the database. So when we're talking about something like a Safari tab, deletion from the database can occur because you close the tab. We all open tabs when we use our browsers on our phone, and we all close them. And so closing in that instance would be a deletion in the database, but what that's doing is not a user requesting deletion. So I just want to be clear on that term.
And to that point, as far as, so when you say something has been deleted specifically with reference to the write-ahead log or the wall file, that's not something that's necessarily initiated by the user themselves, correct? Correct.
And I think that's a common misconception, yes.
Your Honor, in regard to a side issue, may we approach this briefly?
Hey, Terry. Thanks for stopping by the channel.
Now, Ms. Hyde, you had used the term earlier in your testimony regarding something within your field called an artifact. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And can you explain to the jury what you understand that term to mean?
An artifact is any trace that's left behind by any action on a digital piece of data.
And can you give the jury an example of sort of what an artifact might be or what an artifact might look like?
Absolutely. So an artifact of you sending a text message would be that we would find the database where text messages are stored, and inside that database we would see the time and date that you sent it, who it received and who it was sent to. It might not be their name, it might be a numerical representation that we have to tie to another database. Then we would have the message itself. It may be in plain text, or it may be encrypted or encoded. And then we may have something called a blob, and that would be a reference to data that's too large to store in the database, so it would be elsewhere. So that would be if your text message included, let's say, a picture or a video.
Now, in regard to your analysis and your ultimate conclusions, in this case, you wrote a report, is that correct?
That is correct.
And within that report, there are a couple of tables and a specific figure, is that correct?
That is correct.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could, I'd like to publish to the jury table 1 from Ms. Hyde's report.
Okay.
Ms. Hyde, do you have a copy of your report with you as well?
I do.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, just because I fear it may be a little difficult to see from where she's seated, if she could refer to the table in her
Sure.
report.
Thank you.
Ms. Hyde, what's up on the screen? And I'm sorry, there should be a laser pointer on the desk before you. Do you see that?
I do. Oh, yes.
So using that laser pointer, if you could draw the jury's attention, or direct the jury's attention, I should say, with respect to what are we looking at in this?
Yeah,
absolutely. So this table here has a couple of different elements that I'm showing in terms of what searches were searched where, and when, and what source of data they came from. So if we look at this first search, I have them in the timestamp order that is associated with the artifact. I want to clarify that we need to discuss the meanings of these timestamps as we go. So this first one that you're going to see is, and I'm just going to reference my paper because of the size, is 0227 and 40 a.m. So that's 2 o'clock in the morning, 27 minutes and 40 seconds. And it is a search for the term HOS, long to die in cold. And that is timestamp in this instance is from the browser state DB, which is right here. The browser state DB is an artifact that speaks to when tabs are moved. So when you're using your browser and you open different tabs, you may have a search that this time pertains to the time that that tab moved. It could be lots of things. It could be you switch tabs. It could be you close the tab. It could be you minimize the application. Depending on the version of iOS, what can be that browser state of the tab that changes this timestamp differs. But what's very special to know about this timestamp is that that is not the time necessarily of the search. If a browser is opened and a single search is made, those will match. However, as long as that browser hasn't been closed, moved to the background, etc. If that browser has had any activity that happens to that tab in terms of application closing, minimizing, this can update. That is what that timestamp is for. This search term is always going to be the most recent search term in that tab. That means the last item that was opened in that tab was HOS long TI die and cold. We cannot tell by this particular artifact what time that search occurred. It is a high likelihood that that tab was opened at this time because there was another search that occurred at 2:27 in the morning. It was a sports site. I cannot pronounce it. It began with an H. Hockomock Sports. Hockomock. Okay, thank you very much for the pronunciation. Hockomock Sports. There were a couple of searches pertaining to that done immediately after, but it appears that that's when this tab was opened and the first search done there. So this search we know was done by this, and we know that it was the last search in the tab because it comes from this source, the browser state DB. And that means that particular timestamp and search pertains to what has happened with the tab. And that's what allows you to open your Safari browser on your iPhone and then open it on your iPad or your Mac and have the same tab. That's the function there. This search here, this is really interesting. So at 6:22:49 a.m., we have an entry in CacheDB that is specifically, if we dig into this URL, this is an Apple suggested term. So when you use a browser and you start to type a search you've never typed before, the browser tries to help you and say, are you searching for this? So as the user began to type the phrase in the immediate search after, which is how long TI to die in CKLD, this particular suggestion came up, indicating in all likeliness that the search term being typed had not previously been searched, because Apple suggested, instead of a previous search, it suggested how long does it take to digest food. After how long to digest food had been suggested, the user then has a search at that time, 6:23:51, for how long TI die in cold, and that is coming from the mobile Safari plist, the com.apple.mobile Safari plist I mentioned earlier, and the search is also shown in the knowledge CDB. That's commonly what we would expect. We would expect that search to be in both of those, both that plist and that database. Then the, yeah, absolutely.
As far as the expectation of that being in both of those, the plist and the other database, why is it?
That is because the search is not being tracked not only by the plist for Safari, but also by the system itself to be able to do that predictive coding. So in the future, when you start to type how long, it gives you what you searched last time.
And with respect to that, how long it takes to digest food, based on your analysis, was that a search term that was ever entered into this phone?
Correct. The source of that, if you look at this first line where it says cdn2 smooth.apple.com, that's what indicates that this is an Apple suggested term, not a user input term.
I'm sorry, I interrupted you. If you could please continue with the next.
Absolutely. The next search that was done immediately after the search at 6:23, the next search was how long TI die in CLKD. Again, we see that search both in the knowledge CDB and the mobile Safari plist. And then we have, so we see it in both databases. Then, so that's how long to die in cold. Sorry, I was on the next line. Then at 6:24, we get the next search, which is HOS long to die in cold. And we have that search again, both in the knowledge CDB and the plist. If I were timelining this based on activity as opposed to timestamps associated, what I see here is the beginning of a user typing a search, Apple making a suggestion of how long to digest food. The user does not take that suggestion and rather inputs how long TI die in CKLD. They then make a second search of HOS long to die in cold. That search winds up being the last search in the tab, and that is why we see it in the this particular browser state DB. It should be noted that this is in one of those WAW files and not the raw file.
This is another thing that it's like she's deliberately trying to confuse the jury. No one understands a word she's fucking saying. And oh my god, I literally just lost my train of thought. Oh, I know what I was going to say. Is that in any other trial, they'd be banking on Google searches and the time it states, not what time the tab was opened. Never heard this pile of cockamamie bullshit ever. I am back. You are warned, Malin. Glad to have you back. Gotta go make your po' boy sauce? Okay. Yeah, because it doesn't make any sense. It's so dumb. If you put your left foot in, you take your left foot out, and you shake it up. Voila! Jen McCabe didn't Google it at 2:27. fresh brown eyes. Thank you for that. Oh my God, this lady.
And so as far as sort of towards the top there, and I know we'll get a little more to this in a moment, but as far as that reading of 2:27:40 in the morning, as far as the timestamp associated with the search, why would that timestamp be associated with it if it's searched later on in the morning?
Because that table isn't showing the time of that search. It's showing the state of the database. So it's saying that the last time that tab was touched, moved to the background or foreground, was 2:27 a.m. The website, as you search more websites in the tab, that gets updated. So the current state that this is showing is that the tab was moved to the background or opened or some action for the tab at 2:27 a.m. when the Hawkmock Sports, I got it right, Hawkmock Sports website was visited. And then once the Hawkmock Sports website was visited, that tab was in continual use. There are other searches and activity that happens. We don't see, that happens eventually. This search gets made at 6:23 a.m., this search at 6:24 a.m. That winds up being the last search in the tab. And because it's the last search in the tab, that's what the final update is and the final status.
Oh my God, she seriously, she is way too excited to be testifying. She's like, and this, and this, and this, and this. And if you put pepperoni on your pizza and you add some ham and some pineapple, you could have, between a Hawaiian and a meat lovers. Like, really? Oh my God. Just giving a layperson's breakdown of Hyde. Yeah, great question. Too bad her answer made nonsense. Is nonsense. Lally really seriously never asks a single question that matters besides what if any? What if any? What if anyone was driving the ambulance? What if anything did you hear? Oh my God. And then you finally ask a single question that, would be nice to have a straight answer, and you get this bullshit. I'll go delete our Google and Safari searches after this trial. Yeah. No, because then you could say, well, I opened that tab. Just keep your tab open forever, and it'll show you searched it 2 years ago. No. So dumb. So
when you say last search of the tab in reference to time, in reference to what time specifically?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
That question, let me rephrase. So as far as the 2:27 tab is closed, and then another search done at 6:23. Is that correct?
2:27 isn't necessarily when the tab was closed. That's in my report. I say that it's undetermined because there's a lot of things that can cause that timestamp to be there, including tab being moved, tab being minimized. I don't know exactly what caused the tab to get that particular entry, but it is not that timestamp is not indicative of the time of the search or any URL that's visited there. That time is indicative of movement of the tab, and the search is the most recent search. So they update at different times.
So I guess my question is, as far as from what your analysis is here, is there any use of that tab between, or is there any evidence or artifact of use of that tab between the 2:27 timestamp and the 6:23 timestamp?
So the fact that that timestamp exists at 2:27, combined with the fact that the only existence of this search is at 6:24, means that yes, that particular tab was used after 2:27 when the Hawkmock Sports was searched. I apologize for not being familiar with that name.
Oh, that's absolutely fine. Now, if I could ask you at this point, you had talked about one in particular database having sort of an intricate artifact.
Mm-hmm.
If you could remind the jury what that is, and if you could explain that.
So the artifact that needed a little bit more explanation and digging was this browser state tab. And that's because if you look at the end of this file name, you'll see it's a db-wall. That means it wasn't in the regular database. It was in the write-ahead log. And to Celebrate's credit, that tool actually parsed the write-ahead log and displayed it where the other tools did not. If you remember before, we talked about write-ahead logs, and we talked about the fact that they can contain data that is both removed from a database and data that's not yet to be committed. And this database, we do not know which that is, but what I did was I manually went through, and that's in the figure, I manually went through and reconstructed the wall files using the Sanderson SQLite tool. And in reconstructing the wall files, I found many. I'll tell you exactly how many if I can refer to my notes. Can I refer to my
Oh
notes?
my God.
Approximately 16 instances of that existing in the wall file. Now, what's interesting in that figure is that each entry of something in a write-ahead log gets a unique identifier. So it gets a number, right, that makes it unique. Just like each one of us has a phone number that's unique to us, each entry in the database that starts in the write-ahead log gets its own unique identifier. And that unique identifier in this instance in all 16 entries in the wall file is the same, which shows that it's truly only one search, not multiple searches for that search term in terms of what exists in the wall file. So that's the first piece of nuance there, that it only truly was searched one. And you would have to really dig into that wall file to expose that, but I think it was pertinent to know how many times this was searched.
Oh my God, does she ever
yes, please.
Stop you there for one moment. And Your Honor, with court's permission, if I could ask Ms. Gilman to publish table 2 now.
Okay. Oh, wonderful. May I look at table 2? Sure. Thank you, Your Honor.
And Ms. Hyde, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
I do. That is table 2 of my report on page 4.
And if you could, again, using the latest form that you have for you, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, is significant to fit in table 2 up on the screen.
So table 2 here is designed to share with us what each of the locations that can potentially have Safari data, what kind of data they hold. And one of the things that many of us are interested in sometimes is, do these things hold our private searches, like if we're in incognito mode in Google or private searching here. So this table denotes if we're seeing private or non-private searches, if it includes tabs that are open or closed, so that we know which artifacts are giving us what kind of information, as well as what some of the associated timestamps mean. So this was designed as a guide to really understand table 1 more in depth. So this first one here, this refers to the history DB wall file. And that file has non-private searches. It includes closed tabs. And the visit time there is the time that a user reopened the tab. We don't always have the artifacts we want. And in this instance, we did not have that particular one. Then we have the Safari Tabs DB. This has private tabs and non-private tabs. And it shows only tabs that have not been closed. So this is an active tabs database. The next one we have is the browser state DB and its wall file. And this is the one we were referencing where that we keep talking about where that 2:27 a.m. number is coming from. So this one is going to be non-private searches. It includes closed tabs, which is important, and the last view time. So when an item went to the background. So it's about the tab, not about the search. That's probably the most important demarcation. And one of the issues here is when the tools parse the data, they call the columns what the columns are called raw in the data. Those don't necessarily tell us what they mean. We have to verify and validate what they actually mean. So when I'm saying last underscore view time, that's what the database name is, not necessarily the actual function, or not what we would presume it to mean. The next one, the last one here, is the mobile Safari P list. And this one actually tells us, the date here gives us the time that something was queried reliably.
Now, if I could ask you, if you could just explain to the jury as far as these SQ or SQLite databases, how exactly do they work and what, if any, relation do they have with regard to data and information with the write-ahead log of the wall file?
So SQLite databases work and function as a storage for anything that the phone may need to reference later or that you're doing. They're stored for a variety of things. Most of your third-party apps use SQLite databases, and multiple applications do. So SQLite gets information in, and it allows for that information to be updated, added to, or removed from. So data that's in that situation, that it's sitting in the database, that is what we refer to as live data. Then data that is waiting to be put into the database, that is sitting in the wall, or it has been requested to be removed, that is what's in the write-ahead log, and we call that non-live data because it's not in the active database. So when you're using an application and it's putting that data to that temporary storage area, that wall, that write-ahead log, what happens is then when you request data by going into your contacts, let's say, and looking at the people who are stored in your contacts, right? Your mom, your dad, your brother, your sister, all those people. When you're looking at your best friend, you're looking up their numbers, that data is all stored in that database. So when you add someone, it does that entry to the wall. Now, so if I just added Sally, how do I know that Sally's in there, right? Well, what happens is the interpretation of the SQLite database goes to the wall, checks and sees if it's in the wall, and uses the wall to incorporate it together to present you everything as if it's in there. Then when you close the application, you close contacts. You don't just put it away.
Dude, shut up. Okay, seriously. She's a fucking teacher? I can't even like say anything about that. Like, are you fucking stupid? She's just, oh my God. I know, right? She had to stop. I couldn't take anymore. Even making fun of her is giving me a headache. I mean, seriously, I feel sorry for those kids, man. Oh my God. You know what? I'm gonna Google search it because I have to know. Hold on. Oh my God, she is. She is an adjunct professor at George Mason University where she teaches mobile forensics. I mean, if this is if this is the right woman, hold on. Oh yeah, this is her. Whoa, this picture, she's not wearing a headdress or scarf. What the hell? Oh boy, oh boy. There's an article about her, and her answers are ridiculously long, of course. Here's George Mason University. Hold on. I'll share with you guys since we're taking a short break. Show you what I'm seeing. Wow, I got different results on my phone that I did my computer. Hold on. There it is. Okay, this is the results I got. So this article is about her, has a picture of her without her. She doesn't have anything on her, any scarf on or anything. My background, I started off in the Marine Corps, served 6 years there, discovered that I really liked engineering, went after an engineering degree, and then I went, oh my God, she answers these questions in this article exactly how she talks. Listen, so she writes, my background is I started off in the Marine Corps and I served 6 years there, discovered that I really liked engineering, went after an engineering degree, and then I went into the workforce. I actually started doing work in a reverse engineering lab, which led to doing mobile forensics, which led to me deciding to study computer forensics and get a master's in computer forensics. Like, oh my God. Look at that. This is one sentence. Was she never taught what a run-on sentence is? While I was working in mobile forensics, I was specializing in devices that were damaged. So I was doing chip off and JTAG on almost everything I saw every day. So I really got to do a lot of low-level forensics, parsing, raw hex, and proprietary file systems in the beginning. Then I wanted to get a little more well-rounded, and I began working in the corporate sector, worked for Ernst & Young, and did traditional computer and mobile device forensics there, as well as some incident response. Holy freaking shit. This is another sentence. One sentence. Wow. Yeah, it boggles my brain too. Oh, but it's a good wig then? Oh, it's a wig. Okay, yeah, you did say that to me. They wear wigs. I didn't know that. 444. Oh, I missed you guys. I was too busy reading that stupid shit. She'd be really good to put you to sleep if she wasn't so damn peppy, right? Just a fancy wig. Gotcha. She has a lot of thought and words. Yes. Someone should tell her to breathe. Yeah, it's hard even, like, literally, it's hard to even make fun of her reading like that, talking like that. I mean, I talk fast, but I stop in between, like, thoughts, like, I don't just run all my thoughts together and just nonstop. Here it is. Digital Forensics, George Mason University. Oh my God. She only teaches one course, mobile device forensics. And she sucks at trying to explain in the court. So I can't imagine what it's like to have her as a professor trying to learn something like that. Wow. Let's enjoy a breather from her for a minute before I get her back on. Hold on. I gotta find it again.
Good morning.
Added Sally. How do I know that Sally's in there, right? Well, what happens is
Oh yeah, back to Sally. Who the fuck is Sally?
the interpretation of the SQLite database goes to the wall, checks and sees if it's in the wall, and uses the wall to incorporate it together to present you everything as if it's in there. Then when you close the application, you close contact. You don't just put it away like go switch apps. You actually close it. When it closes, all of those changes get committed. So now the items that you've requested to be deleted, that contact you don't like anymore, that X, whatever, their data is no longer in there. The data that you've added is now in there, and now that's all live. Sometimes we can get more complex and recover some of those items that are left over because they are marked for deletion but still sit in the database, or they're sitting on a page that is no longer active in the database. So there's a lot of places that we can recover data from in addition to the wall that exists in the database after something has happened, but that isn't pertinent to this particular use case.
Now, as far as that sort of interplay between the SQLite database and the wall, what, if any, sort of, as a forensic examiner, what, if any, sort of complexities arise out of it?
Oh, one of the biggest complexities is the assumption that because data
really
exists in the write-ahead log,
question.
that a user took an action to delete it. When I teach at the university, when I peer review my colleagues' reports, this is one of the most common mistakes I see. And it's really because some of the forensics tools to indicate that the file has been recovered, they put a big X on it. And that was actually a big subject of that standardization of file recovery paper I referenced earlier. And it speaks about all kinds of files, but actually has a special section on SQLite specifically because that nuance is often missed by examiners.
Now, in reference to that being marked as deleted or misinterpreted as deleted by a user.
Yeah. And that's, the worst part is I am a visual learner, but as long as you're telling me something that I can visualize myself, then we're still okay. But when you talk like this, I can't understand a word you're saying, let alone try to visualize anything. Yeah, I'm. It's in one ear and out the other.
Is there a specific tool of the tools that you mentioned before, as far as Cellebrite versus Axiom,
Right, Maylin, I'll be waiting for you in those po' boys.
has that information that others may not?
So Cellebrite and Magnet Axiom, both Cellebrite Physical Analyzer and Magnet Axiom, both have file system viewers that then have SQLite database viewers. I would say that those SQLite database viewers have more of a basic function in terms of looking at data in the live database. They don't allow for deep analysis of the write-ahead logs, which is why in my analysis I use the specialized Sanderson forensic browser for SQLite.
And so when you see something like that in a Cellebrite extraction, is there, what, if any, further analysis do you do to sort of look behind it?
Absolutely. Anytime I see an entry marked as recovered, and I'll use the term recovered instead of deleted, by Cellebrite, and the source is a write-ahead log, I would go and begin reconstruction of the write-ahead logs using Sanderson's forensics tool to get to the meat of, is this something that it has been deleted, or is this something that has yet to be written to the database? You can often see remnants of that based on.
And I get what you were saying with the finger puppets, because if you can't see it, like I said, it's not that I absolutely have to have you show it to me. A lot of times it's easier to teach me something because once I see it, I normally don't have a problem. But like, let's say you're explaining to me, how to go to, I don't know, let's something stupid. Just for example, how to go make, put in a new contact. Okay. If you show me on a phone how to do it, I can repeat it by just watching you one time. No problem. But if you try to explain it to me in your words, you have to do it in a way where I can visualize. So you open your phone. Okay, I know how to do that. I can visualize. Go to the phone icon. Okay, I can visualize that. Okay, when you go open the phone, you'll see at the the right top corner a plus sign. Okay, I can see that. On. But if you just spit out all this shit where you can't understand anything that she's talking about. Hustle along till we get to cross. Let's see. $14 minutes. But we're at 1.5 speed, so like 9 minutes. Yeah, received and deleted are not the same thing. How long is she going to be in the stand? Not much longer, thank God. Yeah, the whole restaurant food thing, oh my God. It was not what she thought it was. Can you imagine the defense lawyers actually having to pay attention to her answers to crime? I know, right? Oh boy. I would have probably not even, like, if I was a lawyer with this kind of witness, I'd be like, yeah, no questions, thank you. And just sit down, because the jury's going to be like, I don't understand a word she said, so let's just ignore it.
On how many unique entries there are of it. What the other thing we do is, so I mentioned that when we have the wall file, it hasn't been applied. So if I take the SQLite database and the wall file out, and I make another copy of them. So I've got one copy I'm looking at Sanderson, and I take another copy and I actually open it. What's cool is it does the commits. So then I have a copy of the database that actually has all those changes. So I now know if the entry was deleted by just comparing the two. So I can do that analysis by basically making the database think it was reopened, by reopening it with a non-forensics tool in that instance, just to see what it would look like in real life. And then I can look at the difference between the two and determine if something was marked for deletion or addition.
Now, are there different reasons from your training, your experience, and your knowledge of these systems? Is there different reasons for why your conclusion that that particular search or those search terms were not deleted by the user specifically?
Yeah, well, there's a couple of reasons. The way tabs work from a functional perspective, you can close a tab, but there's not really a user deletion function for the tab. And there was no evidence of other deletion, if that makes sense. It doesn't make sense that the term was, I don't see evidence that the term was searched prior to that 624 time. So since the term wasn't searched prior to that 0624 time, the existence of the tab being closed would not mean that that search was deleted, because then it would be evident in the other databases pertaining to the actual search, not the databases pertaining to the state of the tab. Is there a possibility that the tab was closed? Absolutely, but that is not a deletion. Secondly, an existence in the wall file, as we mentioned, could be that it's something new, not something that was deleted. So just its mere existence in the wall file doesn't mean it's deleted. I should say that that same X in the tools, you have to check the file, because it could be from a free list or a free page, in which case, I know we didn't go into those details, nuance of SQLite databases that actually doesn't pertain to this. However, those would be truly deleted items. So there's other places where we would expect potential recovery, not necessary in this instance. And you can have something that's in a wall file and deleted without being in those other locations. Just stating that its existence in the wall file itself doesn't mean deletion, but there are other SQLite things that would clearly indicate deletion that aren't applicable to this particular search.
Now, Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could ask the gentleman to publish figure 1 from the Hyde report.
I swear, all she's doing
Thank you, Your Honor.
to confuse the stupid jury. Not, you know what I mean?
And again, this time you recognize what's up on the
Jury's
screen.
not stupid.
Yes, this is figure 1. This is a direct screen capture from Sanderson's tool from the browser state DB, limited to the cause long to die in cold search.
If you could, using that laser pointer, again, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, is significant or of note that you observed in using the Sanderson tool that's depicted in figure 1.
Absolutely. So all of these searches are the exact same term. And here we have the order index. And here we have that last view time. And by looking at the last view time, which is the raw title of that artifact for the timestamp we were looking at, these and these are identical. This and more importantly are even the actual UUID for these are identical, which is right here. Now the offsets are different, and what that means is that this is just appearing several times in the write-ahead log. It has moved as the database has moved data through the write-ahead log to different positions. but has in every instance the same unique identifier, meaning that all of these entries are the same entry, just shown multiple times in the same database.
And to that point, as far as the multiple times that it's listed within there, what, if any, relationship does that have to how many times it was actually searched by a user?
Well, that UID shows that in this particular instance that it existed once in the last time in the tab, because this artifact, it does not tell us how many times something was searched by the user. This artifact is limited just to the tab. We would look at the mobile Safari plist, which has one entry for this timestamp, or knowledge CDB, which also only has one entry for this search. Those two locations are where we would determine how many times it had been searched, as opposed to this location, which could tell us that if there were multiple entries, but there is only one. But since this is limited to just the last search that's showing in a tab, it isn't a good source to say how many times was it searched, just not this particular artifact.
But from other artifacts, you were able to determine that?
Absolutely, you can determine that from both mobile Safari plist and knowledge CDB.
What?
And I'm sorry, I jumped in there just as far as turn your attention back to figure one. What, if anything, else of significance do you know in that?
That's really what's of significance, is that it is the same entry there multiple times, and we can tell by the unique identifier that it is the exact same entry also. And it's, although it's the same search term and the same timestamp, it's only one instance of it, just it's stored in the database multiple times at multiple offsets.
Now, from the timestamp associated with that depicted in this figure, what, if anything, can you say as to the, or what, if anything, were you able to conclude from your analysis as to the time that the website was viewed?
Well, I guess I should really clearly, for people who may not be familiar, that doesn't look like a normal time, right? That's because this is an Apple WebKit timestamp, so we actually convert it to a regular time. But when you look at this number raw, you can actually see that it's consistent throughout, even though you don't know what it is. But if we put it into a decoder, this particular timestamp is where we're getting January 29th, 2022 at 02:47 a.m. And to be clear, just for real clarity, when we actually translate this timestamp, it's in universal time constant, not in local time, but for the sake of conversationalists, I'm using the local time here as opposed to the time in the universal time constant, which is how this artifact is particularly stored.
Now, with your analysis, is there some kind of testing that you conduct, or can you explain to the jury sort of what that is and how it relates to your analysis?
Absolutely. So with this artifact and being able to determine what this timestamp really means, I actually did quite a bit of testing, which is fun, but that's okay. So we went ahead and took a jailbroken iPhone, and the purpose of a phone being jailbroken is we're bypassing the security protocol so we can monitor the data and its storage in real time and bring the data through. We did this manually in terms of pulling the data out, and we also did multiple forensic images at different stages. We manipulated tabs, we did some Google searches, and then we would close tabs, move tabs, and perform several different searches that we scripted out first, what we were testing, and then checked to see how that timestamp was moving. We even did some really interesting things where we tried. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, she just keeps going on.
I'm sorry. You had, I think, when you were talking about some of the testing that you had conducted, you used the term leak. Are there other individuals that worked on this particular assignment?
I had somebody peer review and test my testing. So they didn't work on the case, but as I was testing, one of my team members just validated that I was following my test plan. That's just normal practice that we use peer review.
So the testing that you were testifying about is testing that
I conducted, correct. But I had peer review by my team member on the script I had made to do my testing. So, and I use when I do testing, I'm following the NIST guidelines for data set generation and testing that's outlined by OSAC, which ironically I should disclose I'm a co-author on.
Oh, she's a
If you could, I'm
co-author
sorry,
on
Ms. Hyde,
what?
just continue as far as your test.
Absolutely.
Earning your test.
Yeah, so then
If you could, I'm sorry.
disclose on the and testing. Testing, I'm following the NIST guidelines for data set generation and testing that's outlined by OSAC, which ironically I should disclose I'm a co-author on.
Oh my God. So she wrote the guidelines that she's following for doing this shit for this case. Are you fucking kidding me? Where do they find these people? Like Ian Whippen, no education. He just somehow got learned how to do what he does, and making the program and then making the updates for what they used in this trial. Like, where are they coming up with these people? They only get people in the profession that write the rules or are gonna give them testimony that they want to hear, even if it's irrelevant. Like having a neurosurgeon who works on living brains to testify about a deceased one. And now you've got two people in trial who wrote the rules for what they're testifying to. Why would you show all this, all the conversions, not just tell us about how you figured it out? Yeah, I mean, this is all ridiculous. It's just a bunch of shit. It is like her showing Latin and telling us the translation. Yeah. Yeah. And without us even knowing that her translation is corrected by any means. See, yeah. Just like Ian Whippen creating his own program. Exactly. They're called paid for experts. Oh my God. I have never, in all the trials I have watched, I have never seen this kind of shit. Ever, ever, ever when it comes to experts. And the problem, normally I would say, great, it was peer reviewed. That helps the credibility. But not in this case, because it's peer reviewed based on the guidelines she wrote. So it does no good. Oh.
And then, if you could, I'm sorry, Ms. Hyde, just continue as far as your test.
Absolutely.
Earning your test.
Yeah, so then populated the device and looked at all of the different data that came back from the different states while it was jailbroken and the changes that happened. What I was saying was interesting is then tied it to a Mac and saw how the browser state changed if we changed the browser and the tab on a Mac and how that would affect it. And because we could see the differences, and by we, I mean that I had my testing peer reviewed, because I could see the differences of what the data looked like when I
Oh my
was
God, the
altering it
inflection she
both in
puts
the
on
Mac
these words
and on the
drives me
phone,
nuts.
I was getting differences in those timestamps and those different conditions. So in other words, I could get a timestamp that showed in the browser state DB that was earlier than the current search by a variety of means, including manipulating the tabs, closing them, opening them, switching which one was in proper view forward, as well as looking at that tab on an external device, including a Mac and an iPad on the same account.
Now, throughout the course of your work, I think you alluded to it earlier in your testimony as far as your experience is concerned. You've had occasion to work both as a forensic,
You know what I'm trying to picture right now?
forensic extraction.
Is Lally listening to her give these answers? Like, are we supposed to like pretend that Lally actually understands what she's saying? Or do we think he just wrote these questions and gave them to her and just said, whatever you say, let me know when you're done. Somehow, wink at me or something. So I know you're done saying whatever you need to say, because I'm not going to understand a single fucking thing you say.
Forensic investigator.
Yes,
As well as working also in research and development. Is that correct?
correct.
And so from the R&D side, what, if any, role does that play as far as your analysis in general terms and your analysis
Well, he's
here
a
when
guy.
it came to
No
some of
way
the
he
devices or some of the
understands.
things, the tools that you were implementing?
I believe that my experience in research, development, and reverse engineering throughout my career pertaining to artifacts, of course, influences and my analysis processes in terms of wanting to ensure I understand how things work. I think it actually gives me a better understanding in many ways of how data moves through devices, as well as how understanding why the tools parse and represent data the way they do, in terms of the fact that they are presenting the data as they parse it using the proper algorithms to dissect that data and determine what it is based on testing and knowledge. So I think it actually influences in a positive way the depth that I go through in my analysis.
You had mentioned earlier in your testimony that you had reviewed both Trooper Carino's report as well as an affidavit from Mr. Green. Is that correct?
Correct.
And with regard to the affidavit from Mr. Green, what, if any, issues of significance did you observe in his analysis?
In Mr. Green's analysis, there is a conclusion that is drawn that a search occurred at 02:47 a.m. on January 29th based on the artifact recovered from browser state DB that Celebrite parses. And there are two errors with that. The assumption that that is the time of the search is a misunderstanding of the browser state DB artifact, because that artifact is not the time of search, it's the time of movement of the tab, as well as the statement that, that it was deleted due to the demarcation of Celebrite as recovered.
And based on the totality of your analysis, your testing, and everything that you looked at in this case, what, if any, conclusions did you come to?
My conclusion is that there was a search at 02:47 a.m. for Hawk Mock Sports. That browser was in use, and there were continual searches due through the night. The phone was, I do agree with Mr. Green's findings that the phone was in use at that time at 02:27. Later, the phone a web search is done at 6:23 a.m. For how long, at that moment, Apple produces a suggestion for how long to digest food. The search is instead completed with how long TI, die, and CKLD at 6:23. A new search is conducted at 6:24 of HOS, long to die in cold, HOS, long to die in cold. That search is then the last search that is made in that particular tab. And that's my conclusion.
What, if any, conclusion did you come to in regard to items being deleted pertaining to those artifacts you were looking for?
In regards to those artifacts pertaining to those search terms, I had no evidence of deletion.
I have a moment, Your Honor.
Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth that seeks to introduce and admit as the next three exhibits, Table 1, Table 2, and Figure 1 for Ms. Hyde's report.
Okay. There's no objection, Mr.
There is
Nettie.
no objection, Your Honor.
Right? Fresh brown eyes.
And
telling
thank you,
you.
Your Honor, and thank you very much, ma'am. I have no further questions, Your
All
Honor.
right. Mr. Nettie?
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
I feel like I need some
Good afternoon,
Benadryl and a
Good
Red
afternoon,
Bull.
sir.
Ms. Hyde, you just spent maybe 45 minutes to an hour, whatever the time period was, explaining to these jurors what is really a complex set of facts that led you to conclude that the 2:27 a.m. timestamp on that Google search was triggered by the closing of a tab. Did I essentially sum that up correctly?
Essentially, except it's not a 2:27 a.m. timestamp on a Google search. It's a 2:27 a.m. timestamp on a tab.
Fair enough. Thank you. And in the context or in the course of your explanation, you discussed WAL files,
That is correct.
SQLite database,
Yes.
plist database,
Yes.
knowledge C database.
Yeah. plist is not a database. Just it's a structure. So just a small correction.
Thank you for the correction. Opening tabs and closing tabs, correct?
Yes.
And other issues related to your analysis of the phone extraction, correct?
Would you call them issues? Or
Well, maybe that's a bad word to use. Other elements.
that's fair. Fair enough. Yes. Yes.
I'm really not trying to trick you.
Wow.
I know I wouldn't be able to. Would you agree with me that another simple explanation for that 2:27 a.m. timestamp was that the user of that iPhone conducted that search at or before 2:27 a.m.?
Can you rephrase, please?
I'm going to phrase it the same way and hope I
Repeat it. Repeat it, please.
Thank you. Would you agree with me
That was a
that
simple
another
question.
simple explanation for that 2:27 a.m. timestamp was that the user of that iPhone conducted that search at or before 2:27 a.m. on January 29th of 2022?
That timestamp is not indicative of a time of search. So the question is difficult to answer because I can't say that that timestamp tells me anything about the time of search.
Okay. So as I take your answer,
Mhm.
You're not denying that the timestamp and whatever you get from that timestamp doesn't rule out that the Google search was done at or before 2:27 a.m., correct?
If I'm understanding your question, there was a double negative, so I just want to clarify.
Wow.
The question is
Now she's
if
getting
the
snotty.
timestamp could exist because of a search happening at that time.
No.
Or- no,
I guess
okay.
What I'm saying is your analysis of the phone does not rule out that the user of that phone performed that Google search at or before 2:27 a.m.
There is no indication of a Google search at or before 2:27 a.m.
But again, I'm getting to whether you can rule that out, ma'am. That's really the crux of my question. Can you rule out that the user of that phone conducted that search at or before 2:27 a.m. on January 29th?
No.
There is a very unlikely possibility based on the fact that there is no evidence that the search occurred before that time. That's just like saying that the user searched for pandas at 2:27 a.m. Could you rule that out? I can't rule out something that doesn't exist.
All right. Well, you would agree with me that with regard to your analysis of this phone extraction,
Mhm.
you were given very specific instructions in terms of what to look at, correct?
Correct. I had a very limited scope in this analysis.
And who was it that gave you that limited scope?
That scope was relayed to me by Detective Tully.
Okay. And Detective Tully instructed you specifically to only look at the part of the phone extraction that dealt with the Safari search history. correct?
Safari's search history
Oh.
specific to January 29th, 2022. That is correct.
And
Now
he
we get to
instructed you
it.
not to look at anything else on the phone, correct?
I looked at related artifacts such as
And
what was
Matt
being done at
McCabe
that time, the phone
Is
being
an
on, the
IT
phone
tech
being
whiz,
used,
right?
but not anything else outside of that, correct?
And you were
Matt
not
McCabe.
instructed for instance, to look at
Could have
other
done
user activity
whatever he
on the
wanted to
phone,
that phone,
including examining
knowing
call
that
logs on the phone,
Tully
correct?
would have this woman look
And you would agree
specifically
with
at
me
one tiny little
that
thing
if
of
you
that
were
phone. And that's
allowed
it.
or instructed to
Right?
examine the call logs, that could reveal deletion of calls that morning, correct?
Of course. Oh,
Okay, the objection is sustained.
Thank you.
Any follow-up, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor, no redirect.
Ms. Hyde, you are all set.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, all set. All set. Thank you very much. Holy moly. Now I'm worried. It's almost 5:30. Let's at least start, I guess, the direct
All right, Mr.
of
Lally, whenever you're
Paul,
ready.
because
Thank you,
his testimony is going to give
Good
me
afternoon, sir.
more of
Good
a
afternoon.
headache. I
Could
know.
you please state your name and spell your last name?
Ooh.
Trooper Joe Paul, that's Paul.
And how are you employed, sir?
I am currently employed with the Massachusetts State Police.
And how long have you been a trooper with the state police?
I have been a trooper for approximately 8.5 years.
And
12.5 years. My apologies.
And
Oh, you already fucked that up, did you?
where is it that you're currently assigned within the state police?
I am currently assigned to our Collision Analysis and Reconstruction section, otherwise known as CARS or Recon.
And how long have you had that assignment to the reconstruction of the cars?
That one's for about 8.5 years.
And with respect to your assignment to that unit, prior to beginning with that unit, let me ask you this first. As far as the cars unit is concerned, about how is that sort of divided up as far as is there certain regions that you would specifically cover?
Correct. We have four separate regions across the states. We have Southeast, the Northeast, Central, and the Western.
And which of those are you assigned to?
I am assigned to the Southeast.
And geographically, how much territory are we talking about that the Southeast covers?
Anywhere from Boston down to the Cape, Martha's Vineyard, Nantucket, anywhere southeastern part of Massachusetts.
And currently, how many troopers are assigned to this specialized reconstruction unit within your Southeast region?
Within our Southeast region, we have, I believe we have 9 now.
And is there some kind of on-call system that your unit operates by?
Yes.
Can you describe that to the jury?
So we rotate. We rotate every day. Our on-calls are for 24 hours from 0700 to 0700 the next day.
Now, with respect to yourself, upon or prior to you entering into the CARS unit, what, if any, specialized training do you undergo in regard to crash reconstruction?
So when I before I got into the unit, I was sent to 3 separate classes. Each class was 40 hours long. So the first class is basic at-scene crash investigation. Next one's advanced crash investigation, and the other one's traffic crash reconstruction.
And with each of these trainings that you underwent prior to being assigned to the CARS unit, and some more that we'll talk about in
I
a
wonder he
moment,
doesn't know
with
anything.
respect to each of the trainings that you've been a part of or undergone, is there some sort of certification that you receive in regard to a successful completion of those trainings?
Yes, each one has its own certification.
Now, with respect to, since you've been working with the CARS unit over the last several years, what, if any, additional specialized training have you received in the area of crash reconstruction?
Since I've been on, I've been into probably about 877 hours of education in the units. That's anything from bicycle crash investigation, human factors. I'm currently certified through Burlap for examiner and a technician. I am a CDR analyst and a CDR technician trainer. Just recently, I attended multiple seminars, and most recently, I attended a seminar in Houston on EDR data retrieval.
Now, among those other trainings that you received, some of those trainings pertain specifically to pedestrian crashes?
Correct.
And in addition to the training that you've received through the state police, what, if any, professional organizations do you belong to in regard to crash reconstruction?
Yes, I am currently part of NAPARS, which is the National Professional Accident Reconstruction Section, and I'm also certified through ACTAR, which is the Accreditation Commission for Traffic Accident Reconstruction.
Now, if I can focus specifically just for a moment on the ACTAR certification, can you explain to the jury sort of what goes into that, and as far as that certification is concerned, how does one obtain it?
Okay, so first thing you do is you got to submit an application to ACTAR to be allowed to take the test. And part of the, you got to tell them how much education you've had, how many crashes you investigated, basically anything within the crash investigation world. And then once they find that you're accepted to take the test, then you got to set up a time for the test. We did it as a section throughout our state, and the test is a 2-part test. It's a practical and theory portion of the test. Each part's 4 hours long, and you got to pass both portions to be certified through ACTAR.
So there's a written exam and a practical portion of the test as well?
Correct.
And can you explain to the jury sort of the practical portion? What does that consist of?
The practical portions is you basically have to analyze a collision. So they give you a simulated crash, and you have to go through and document the evidence. You have to answer a series of questions based on that specific crash. So where you can find the speeds, the distances, times, and everything else related to that collision.
You got some good sleep.
And you successfully completed and received that certification, sir, is that correct?
That's correct.
And how long ago was it that you first received your ACTAR certification?
In 2019.
And how long is that is that sort of in perpetuity, or is there a sort of continuing education?
You just missed the most annoying.
There is a continuing educational component attached to it. The test is it's certified for 5 years, and within those 5 years, you still have to maintain a certain amount of education to reapply for ACTAR again.
And with respect to that ACTAR examination, are you familiar with sort of the success rate or the passing rates when it comes to that examination?
Correct.
And what is it?
It's fairly low. I can tell you within my unit at the time I took it, there were probably 20-something of us that took it, and only 3 of us passed it at the time. Yeah, it's not a very high pass rate.
Well, you obviously don't need to know a whole lot either, since you passed it and you still don't know shit.
Go through the training and then you are on call and get sent out on the road by yourself.
Wow.
No, you first get initially assigned to a field training officer, and then at that point you shadow the field training officer to various crashes.
And is there any sort of set time period for how long that shadowing process goes on for?
It's not really a set time. It's more based on experience, on how many crashes you go to and how much experience you have in the field. And then they basically, well, if they feel that if you're deemed qualified, then they'll send you on the road on your own.
And over the course of your years within the cars or the reconstruction unit, approximately how many crashes have
you should have never been sent out on your own there.
As of now, I've been to approximately 196 crashes, and I probably assisted on another 100, 150 crashes.
And of those, of all those crashes that you've responded to,
you were
investigated,
pedestrians.
if you know percentage-wise or number-wise, approximately how many of those have been crashes involving pedestrians?
There you go.
I know I've been to approximately 55 pedestrian crashes, and I've assisted others on pedestrian crashes also. So, I mean, 55 out of 196.
Now, with respect, if I could, turn your attention to January 29th, 2022. Do you recall that date?
I do.
And at some point over the course of that date, were you contacted by somebody in regard to a pedestrian collision that occurred, in the town of Canton?
I was.
And do you recall who was it that first reached out, or how did you first become aware of this?
My sergeant, Sergeant Brian Mahoney, was the one who called me at the time.
And initially, as far
Lally,
as your involvement,
take a drink
concerned,
of water.
what was your understanding
Get a fucking cough drop.
the initial request for your
Lifesaver,
involvement?
something.
My initial request was to image the airbag control module, do inspection, test the vehicle, and map the scene out.
Now, you've used that term a couple of times, and if I could just ask you to explain it a bit for the jury. When you say
Yeah, Sarah,
airbag
we just
control module or an
finished
ACM,
Hyde. That was
what is that? And
brutal.
what do you
Brutal.
understand that term to mean in the context of crash reconstruction?
The ACM is the module in a car that controls the airbags and the seatbelt pretensioners.
And what you were referencing before as far as being a CDR, having taken CDR trainings and being a CDR instructor, what, if any, relationship does the CDR have to ACM?
CDR is just the crash data retrieval software. It's the software that we use to image or download an airbag control module.
And can you explain to the jury sort of the process of physically sort of how that's done as far as what are you doing to the vehicle in order to download that information?
Yes. There are two ways really to download a vehicle. It's either one is direct to module or just direct to the vehicle through the DLC port or the diagnostic link connector. The direct to module, we don't use the direct to module if a vehicle had no power. Then we would have to go directly find the module inside the vehicle and go right to that specific module. But if the car has power, we would go direct to the DLC port, which is the same port that you see when you're like a technician would do the diagnostics on a car. They would plug underneath the steering wheel, and then we'll get there, extract the information from there.
Now, once that information is extracted, what, if any, training have you received in regard to reading or interpreting the data that's extracted from?
Yes, I've been certified through as a CDR analyst, and I've taken 2 classes on it now.
Now, sir, turning your
New
attention
classes?
to February 1st,
Oh, boy.
2022. On that date, where, if anywhere, did you go in relation to your investigation in this?
Where, if anywhere?
I went to the
Where, if
Canton
anywhere?
Police
You
Department.
go. Hmm.
Now, at some point prior to that, were you made aware, or did you do any research into sort of what the weather was like around the time? What was reported to you initially as around the time of that crash?
Hey, we're virtual.
I
tour.
before that, it was, I know it was
Welcome
snowing
back.
and turned to a blizzard at the time.
Now, initially on February 1st, 2022, where did you go?
On February, to Canton Police Department.
Now, sir, at some point
He
in
is
time on
so
that day, did
nervous.
you also have occasion to go to a residence or
constant,
a street called Fairview Road in the town of Canton?
Licking his
I did.
gums and puckering his
And
lips.
Specifically, there was a
He is
address
so
that you were
uncomfortable.
directed to, is that correct?
That's correct.
And who, if anyone, did you go there with?
I believe it was one of the Canton Police officers, Lieutenant Paul Gallagher, I think his name was. I met him there.
And without anything specific as to what was told to you by Lieutenant Gallagher, what was sort of the purpose of having Lieutenant Gallagher there with you at that time?
He was going to show me where basically the evidence that they have at that point was.
Now, in addition to that, were you also able to, you're familiar with another specialized unit within the state police called the CERT team?
I am.
And at some points, did you have access to certain diagrams created by Lieutenant O'Hara within the CERT unit?
Yes, I was.
May I approach the witness, John?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 135 and 136. Ask you to just review that until we finish. I'm sorry, Mr. Jackson.
That's okay.
You recognize those, sir?
I do.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could just publish that briefly to the jury.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could actually have Exhibit 136. If you recall, do you recognize what's up on the screen as Exhibit 136?
I do.
And this is the diagram that you were able to view from the created by Lieutenant O'Hara from the CERT team.
Yes, it was.
And what's contained, at least from this overhead shot,
It gets
is that
worse.
interactive trail of the roadway or the conditions.
I'll be on
of the
replay
roadway
to watch your
at
reacts.
the
And my
weather at the
favorite
time that
Lally
you're
is
out
in
there.
blue. If anyone was
Correct.
driving, yeah.
Thank you.
Oh my God. So bad.
Before you ask the-
Yeah, I made fun of Miss Jessica Hyde quite a bit,
Yep.
so I
And
couldn't
do you
help
recognize
myself.
those, sir?
I do.
What do you recognize those to be?
They are pictures that were in my
He
report.
knows
They're
he's outside
Google
and doesn't
images
know what
of the roadway.
Going on here.
And one facing from the northbound direction, one facing from the southbound. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm going to seek to introduce the
Yes.
witness next to exhibit.
No objection.
She's not as
Here,
cheery.
we're directing your attention to the screen. What you have before you is that, what's up on the screen, excuse me, is that what you have before you now marked as exhibit 582?
Yes, it is.
And if you could, there should be a laser pointer on the desk somewhere before you, sir. If you could, just, using that laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to sort of what we're looking at in this particular photograph of the road.
So this is Ferry Road, it's facing northbound. 34 Fairview Road would be on to the left. in this area.
Now, with regard to the roadway, when you went there, what if any observations or what if anything did you note about sort of the roadway surface or markings on the roadway or the general overall condition of the roadway?
The roadway was, there's no significant difference.
No,
Significant.
no sniffing
Anything significant
difference?
with the roadway.
As far as the roadway material, were you able to observe whether
Oh,
it was
God.
asphalt, concrete, or anything?
Right. Yes, it was an asphalt roadway.
Wow, you
And as far as
you are way out of your
markings,
league, dude.
within the roadway, what if any observations did you make of those?
There was double yellow stone line, white fog lines both sides of the edge of the road. Is that what we're going after? The roadways?
And then as far as adjacent to the
that
roadway,
what we're
or adjacent
going
to the lot
after?
line, what if anything did you observe?
What
there?
the fuck?
So as you look at the picture, the left side has asphalt curbings.
Money's
These are about
back.
5 inches tall, same on both sides. And there's a sidewalk along the right side of the roadway here.
And the side with the asphalt curbings, that's the
You
same
guys
side
making
as
food
the
again and making me
located on that
hungry. Now I gotta go
Correct.
heat up some more mac and
Just tell me
cheese.
if I could have, the next
That's what
slide.
I've been living off of until I can actually go grocery
Can you answer
shopping.
what's up on the screen? Is that what you're
Please,
asking
oh,
for? You
Pete.
with 583?
Yes, it is.
And if you could, again, using the laser pointer, just briefly,
I'm on my
direct
last
the jury's attention to what, if anything, you know. as far as
cup
from
of
this
pop too. I have been making it
Yeah, so this
last
is the
as long as I
southbound.
can.
34 Fairview would be on the right side here.
Crossing and praying.
Ms.
My
Gilman, you
money's
can,
in there in
take
the
that.
morning.
Now, Trooper, with regard to the roadway as far as Fairview Road, what, if anything, did you note in regard to postings regarding the speed limit on that particular roadway?
Yes, the posting for a speed limit is 30 miles per hour. At this area, it's only posted 30 miles per hour for northbound operators, and I believe it was like 19 Fairview Road is posted in front of. For the southbound operators, it was not posted.
And so for a northbound operator, that would again be someone where the residents of 34 Fairview Road will be on the left-hand side of the road. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And with regard to the width of the lanes, or what, if
I'm
any, measures
surprised he
did you take
knows
in
it's
regard to
north,
the lanes or the roadways?
south, and west.
Yeah, each travel lane was approximately 12 feet, and the overall width was approximately 27 feet.
Now, as far as measurements being conducted with regard to the scene, what, if anything, did you use or employ to make those measurements, or what, if any, devices?
Yes, I mapped the scene with it's called a Leica GNSS GPS total station, and I also used a drone.
That's a UAS, is that correct?
Correct.
The drone, I mean.
Yes.
And with regard to each of those, as far
I'm
as
not.
the
I'm
GPS
Polish.
mapping and the drone, have you received any sort of specialized training in regard to employment of each of those tools?
Yes, I have been certified for the
When
use of Leica.
When I used to bartend, I used to wear my shirt when we could wear, on holidays like this, we could wear, fun shirts or whatever. I used to wear the one that says, "Kiss me, I'm Polish." on St. Patty's Day, because I'm not Irish, but I am Polish. Yeah, happy St. Patrick's Day, everyone. I hope you all aren't drunk. But I hope you're all having a great day and having fun.
And I've also have a part one.
Hey, if getting drunk is your way of, having fun, then, so be it.
Have a license for the drone.
Now, as far as starting with the Leica or the GPS, if you could explain to the jury sort of what that is and how you use that device in order to, as you've termed it, map the scene.
Yes, it's essentially what surveyors would use to make roadways. It uses satellites and GPS data plus cell phone data to make marks on the roadway, or actually not marks, but just mark points in the roadway that are within millimeters of the device.
What?
And with regard to the drone device,
triple call, millimeters
how
of
does
the
that,
device.
can you
What?
explain to the jury sort of how that works and how that's used?
Yeah, so the drone, and we fly the drone around the area. We set it to set up a grid pattern to fly around the scene. And while it's flying this grid pattern, it takes a series of photographs. And these photographs are also GPS marked. So once we get all the photographs in,
So
we
if
throw into a
someone
program, and the
doesn't
program
fly
will
the
essentially stitch
drone,
us all together.
What? So
And then once we
AI
get that picture,
fly the
we throw
drone?
it into a
Doesn't fly
diagramming
What
system.
are you talking about?
In that
Reply.
diagramming system, have you also received training in regard to utilization of that diagramming system?
Yes, I have.
And the one that you're currently using within the CARS unit, what is that diagramming system or software called?
It's IMS 360.
And Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Sir, I'm showing you 4 documents. Ask you to just review those. Finish. And do you recognize those, sir?
I do.
And what do you
Only your
recognize?
Irish
those?
and German.
These are
And
the
the top
diagrams
English.
that we print out through the program.
I am like 98% Polish. I have a tiny bit of German, I think, and then my great great grandfather came from Lithuania. Yeah, and that's it. Most of my great grandparents came from Poland.
And the last one is the drone image. Is that correct?
Yes, they're all drone images. The last
Were
one is
you
just
German,
one that
Irish,
was
and Native American?
put into my
That's cool.
diagram, and I labeled it as a drone image.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'll multi-seek to introduce the witness the next 4 exhibits.
No objection.
I don't like corned beef.
Are you familiar with the
So I just
term?
don't.
well,
I
let me
can't.
ask you this.
And
In
plus, I
regard
don't
to
have.
the,
I would. You know,
roadway itself.
if I had the. Yeah. No. I say no. I wouldn't. But because I just can't stand it. I would say if I had the money, I would order it. But no, I wouldn't. I can't stand corned beef. I guess can be my grifting moment. I haven't done that today. If anyone wants to send me anything, I can buy groceries using PayPal. My PayPal QR code is in the top right corner, and I can speak like Jessica Hyde and be so excited and show you and keep a run-on sentence and tell you all the good things about my channel. And like I have PayPal and it's so cool. Like, oh my God. Sorry, I can't do it. It's too annoying to even pretend. Okay, so yeah, I have a QR code top right corner for PayPal. My link is in my bio. I have my PayPal. I'm here for buy me a copy. And Maylin talked me into making an Amazon list. And trust me, I know when I say that Amazon wish list is a wish list, okay? I don't expect people to buy me that stuff and send it to me. But there are a couple of cool things that I'm looking to add on there for my buy me a coffee membership. When I get that stuff going, like those cycling games and stuff, it'll be super cool. But anyways, that's my grift for the day. It's only a bummer. Like if the buy me a coffee didn't take 10 days to get, actually in my bank account, I wouldn't be in this mess. And if, I wouldn't be in this mess at all if my stupid phone company hadn't have yanked money they didn't even have authorization to. And that's when I'm literally the only company and the only bill I have set to auto pay is my cell phone bill, so that I never not have my cell phone. And then they do this shit. So I stopped the auto pay shit for the $5 extra a month off my bill, because $5 is, I'm never having them have authorization to yank any sort of payment or anything out of my account ever again. I'm not doing this again. You love Rubens? Yeah, I just can't, I don't like it. I'm pinching all of you with love if you're not wearing green. You'll never know. Actually, I just gave myself away, because if I was wearing green, I'd just tell you I was wearing green. So, and I'm really not. But I have green eyes. So, technically, I'm always wearing green. So, yep, there's that. I'm a Heinz 57, a spicy mix of everything. But I look mainly Irish. I have red hair, blue eyes, and petite features. Yep. Sounds Irish. Oh, Malin's wearing green. Thank you, Maylin, for posting on my things. Oh, Carrie yawns. I'm sorry that I'm boring you. You need me to send, wait, what? You need to send me your list so I can add it to your notepad. Oh, okay. It's, you can, the link's in my bio. It's in my bio, Maylin. You can click it on there. It's like, it's clickable, so it should be copyable. I need to add $11 to my Amazon order for free shipping. Well, there you go. I'm afraid to auto pay. Yeah, I never auto pay except my phone bill. And I never wanted to do this. I never wanted to not have a phone. So that is the one bill I had auto pay so that I never had to worry about it. Didn't make an oopsie and forget to pay it or something like that. And then this is what happens. This is what I tell you. I have the worst luck of the world. The only bill I use auto pay for, and somehow they were the ones that tried to yank a ton of money out and were able to because they had automatic access to my card. Ridiculous. I have credit. I haven't got nothing yet. Yeah, may quit being lazy. You know, you are all good. Maylin has been doing wonderful. And Scott, you guys always are on it. Just throwing it out there, my links and stuff, and telling people to hit the like button, which is stuff I always forget. So you have no, I appreciate you so much. You guys are amazing. I'm 10% Irish in my DNA. Well, everyone's got a little bit of Irish then, except for me. Is that right? Because everybody else, do they have a little bit? You're Irish, like Moni has a little bit of Irish. Oh, and Terry has a little bit of Irish, and Maylin's a mix of everything. And there's me, who has no Irish in me. Sorry, all Polish. All right, let's get going.
What, if anything else, beyond sort of lane width and overall width? What, if any other measurements?
I'll be right back, guys.
So we took measurements for the evidence.
Let me ask it this way: as far as with elevation or incline of the roadway, what, if any, measurements did you take in regard to that?
Yeah, so we took the elevation and roadway measurements, or the elevation for the roadway.
And where, in relation to the residents at 34 Fairview, did you take that? Sort of the entire street, or just in the general area of that specific address?
In the general area of that specific address.
And from your measurements, as far as, well, let me ask you this: how is a measurement regarded to elevation or incline? What kind of tool do you use for that?
We have a level, the digital level that we'll place on the roadway, and we'll get a measurement from that.
Now, with regard to the measurements that you took of the elevation or the incline in the roadway, anything, or what, if anything, of significance did you find from that?
So this roadway had approximately plus or minus 1 to 2 degrees.
So nothing significant, is that fair to say?
Nothing significant, yes.
Now, sir, through your training and experience as a crash reconstructionist, are you familiar with the term related to crash reconstruction called roadway evidence?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what your understanding of that term is and what types of things could be termed as roadway evidence?
Roadway evidence is anything that's related to the collision you're investigating at the time. It could be anything from vehicle debris, gouge marks, tire marks, anything that's related to a vehicle or whatever type of crash you are investigating. It could be vehicle or pedestrians.
So any sort of anything from either the vehicle, pedestrian as well, is that correct?
Correct.
So pieces from a vehicle, holding items from a pedestrian, correct?
Yes.
Now, with respect to both your review of the CERT team diagrams as well as speaking with members of the Canton Police Department, were you able to then plot certain pieces of roadway evidence onto those diagrams that you that I just showed you a few moments ago?
Yes, I was.
Now, with reference to You're familiar also through your training and experience when it comes to pedestrian crashes, as far as sort of the physics or kinematics of how pedestrians interact with vehicles in the course of a collision?
Yes, I am.
Now, I'm going to ask you just a couple of terminology questions when it comes to items that are involved in a collision, sort of simple Newtonian physics, Newton's first law. Can you explain what that is to the jury and sort of how that pertains to any collision between two objects?
The first law?
Yes.
Yeah, that's the when an object stays in motion or stays at rest, will stay at motion or rest until acted upon by an outside force.
Now, with respect to, are you familiar also with a crash reconstruction term called final rest?
Yes, I am.
And are there different derivations of final rest as far as controlled final rest versus uncontrolled final rest?
Correct.
And can you explain just first to the jury what final rest means in relation to crash reconstruction?
I'm missing
And then what, if
anything
any,
truly important,
differences
did I?
there are between a controlled final rest and a
What, you're getting me a small gift?
Yes, the final rest is what we use for describe the area where a pedestrian came to stop after the collision.
And just so you know, thank you, Maylin. And Maylin sent me also a gift through Buy Me a Copy today. Thank you so much. And to everyone who, Dodo and Jeannie Lynn and oh my God, Kevin from South Boston. I don't want to forget because I keep trying to remind myself who's donated to me so far because it means the world to me. This money is going for the things that I can, do to make this channel better for me and for you guys so we can have the most fun possible. Because Kevin from South Boston sent me the PayPal the other day that ordered groceries, and then Sarah, who also sent me some. You guys are just awesome. And oh yeah, Cheryl. Those were the first two. Don't want to forget Cheryl. And it's under a different first name, but I'm pretty sure it was Annie. So again, I appreciate you all so much. When you get it, you have to do an on-camera unboxing. Okay. That works. I can do that for anybody who sends me anything will automatically get an on-camera unboxing. How's that sound? I think that's totally fair. I think that's more than fair. I mean, God is the least I can do. Dang it. Hold on, guys. I keep losing my shit. All right. Oh. See, when you have too many things that you have to charge in your life, it sucks. Like my laptop, I have my phone, my one phone isn't really used as a phone. It doesn't have service. I just use it as more like a tablet. My old phone that was my son's. And then my phone, which doesn't have service right now either, but that's for a different reason. And then I have my medication thing, which is what I'm trying to find now. Because a lot of you already know that I have an intrathecal pump that pumps medication I have to give myself boluses when I need them. And that's what I'm trying to do. And I can't find it because I'm trying to keep everything nice and charged because I'm so afraid all this shit's going to die and then my power is going to go out again. Come on, where'd it go? All right, bear with me. I'm just losing it. Oh, I found it. Okay. Okay. So sorry, I'm missing you. Oh, Jeannie, you're back. Hey. I was just talking about you. Yeah, that's what I thought. Annie, because when they come in like a different name on my PayPal, I don't want to read the name that it comes in on the PayPal because they're obviously going by a different name on YouTube's. So I made a list and then I just didn't have it in the room here with me. So I was trying to remember. But thank you, Maylin. You have a better memory than I do. I thought it was Annie, but I wanted to, I wasn't 100%. Now I am, and now I'll always remember. Woohoo! I love a good unboxing. Okay. You guys want to send me whatever you want. I'll unbox whatever you want in front of me as long as it isn't gross or going to bite me. We'll be all good. Those on, it's funny. I've watched a couple of those where people like spend a shitload of money up front to buy like those pallets of like shit from bags and boxes sent back to like the post office and stuff. I don't know. I mean, the very few times that you get something worth anything isn't worth the money. But I guess if you're doing it as like a way to make money on your viewership on YouTube, I get it. But I mean, think of all the shit that you end up with and have to get rid of. Like, I wouldn't want to do all that just to get one or two items here and there that might be worth it. Like, ugh, not my kind of thing. Oh, yes, you love a good unboxing too? Okay, well, you got it. I'll give you my service. I hate having Terry, okay. You know what? To be honest, I mean, I literally don't mind not getting incoming calls because most of the time it's, calls from freaking a-holes who shouldn't have my number, who bought it. Some a-hole got my number. I've had to switch my number in the last, let's see, it's 2026. Since 2021, I have changed my number 3 times. And that's probably more than I did ever before that. Ever. Because for whatever reason, I put my phone number somewhere where they were selling it, whatever company I had to give my phone number because I know better than to put my phone number in like Google or something or like some random website or sign up. When they entice you with, oh, get 20% off if you give us your email, and then it says, oh, but sign up for text messages. Well, the only reason they're giving you that percentage off is because they're going to sell your email and your phone number. And then, of course, they're going to get your name and address from that information. And then they're going to sell it to data brokers. So they make more than that 20% they give you off back by selling your information. So please, people, don't do it. That's how people steal your information. You get bombarded with junk email and junk phone calls. But whatever, I couldn't figure it out. I finally literally went through my email and I unsubscribed from like every single email I could possibly unsubscribe from. I had changed my phone number and it wasn't even months. The second time I changed my phone number, it wasn't even a couple months before somehow someone got a number. You always know when someone sells your number because you'll go from getting 0 telemarketing calls to like 20 a day really fast. Like, it's insane. I'll ever freaking get telemarketers. Yeah, screw those. Soup's on. Time for my St. Patty's Day feast. Bye, friends. Thanks, Scarlett. You are welcome, Moni. I will. Is that the number you gave me? Shoot, I don't know. I'll text. I'll call you later because I don't want to bother you while you guys are eating and stuff. So I was gonna text you, but I don't know if it's a cell phone or a home phone. If you're still here, let me know if I can text you. Because I can call, thankfully, because I have Talkaphone or whatever, the Wi-Fi calling right now since I don't have service. But I just don't want to have to interrupt you guys. Malin says, I'm going to do at least one of those Amazon return pallets. They aren't as expensive as you would think. Really? I don't know how much they would be. I haven't looked into it. They can't be cheap, though. I mean, they got to make money off all that shit. But think of how much shit you have to deal with when you get that. Like, you have to, all the crap that is worth nothing and that you can do nothing with, think of what you have to do with it. You have to either have, well, if I, maybe it would be different if I had a house and knew I could have a garage sale or something, but I live in an apartment. Like, do you know how annoying it would be to have to, like, find someone that was having a garage sale and ask them to come pick it up, or stuff that, couldn't even be reused by anyone, you throw away, take down to the dumpster. It's just too much of a pain in the ass for the very few items that you could possibly find that would be worth anything. That's just how I see it. It's just my opinion. It could be totally different, but that's just how I see it. I see you. You got me? Okay. All right. So, for those of you still hanging with me, let's see how far, because what is it, 6 o'clock? Everybody's about to have dinner. So when does his cross, I didn't mean to do that, damn it. When does his cross begin? So how far, come on. So vehicle testing. Oh my God, it's the key cycles. When he gets into that, holy moly. Jackson, jury sent home. Jury sent home? Whoa. Does anyone know why they had to send the jury home while Trooper Paul was testifying? I'm just seeing this. It's that when I'm going through because that's the awesome thing too about the trial channel. Each section has a little name for it. So it says jury sent home. And then, let's see, BCH data, visibility analysis, interior, the dummy exterior test videos, jury sent home. Jackson final, what? So actually, is this all direct? Sorry, I can't see the chat. If anyone answered me, bear with me a second. So is Trooper Paul in 2? There he is. Aha. Okay, so Trooper Paul is even longer than I thought. Okay, so Trooper Paul is 4 hours, almost 5 hours. So just this 2.5 hour video is his direct. Okay. So if you guys are cool with it, hey, it's the Genius Trooper Paul. Yeah. If you guys are cool with hanging around with me, let's watch as much direct today as we can until I see if is Danny going live. Does anyone know if Danny's doing pregame today for Aiden? I haven't seen anything pop up. Well, wait, is Danny live? Because if Danny's live, I want to be in his chat. Oh, he did. Okay, well then, you know what, guys? I want to be in chat with Rat House Media tonight. So if I'm assuming everyone here is already up and subscribed, but if not, Maylin, put Danny, if you can, put Danny's link in the chat. I am going to say goodnight for today then, because I really want to go enjoy my chat rats tonight. And Aiden, of course, is later on. And then tomorrow we'll go more into Trooper Paul. And then I have my doctor's appointment. And then in the evening at 8:30 p.m. tomorrow, me and the virtual juror will be talking about bukkake. We'll get into a little psychology and pettiness. Speaking of, Yuri Buchanan, aka Bukkake. All right, guys, I truly appreciate you all so much for being here. As I say every day, you mean more to me than I could ever express. I love you all, and I will see you in the chats. Bye.